Welcome to the art of self-therapy. Heal yourself without a therapist. Imagine waking up each day, feeling more in control of your thoughts, your emotions, and your life. Imagine being able to face stress, fear, or past mistakes with calm, confidence, and clarity. This audiobook is about doing exactly that. It is about taking your healing into your own hands without relying on anyone else. You do not need a therapist, a fancy program, or complicated techniques. What you need is a clear approach, daily practices, and guidance to help you understand yourself, manage your emotions, and make real progress every day. In this audiobook, you will discover how to notice your thought patterns, calm your mind when it is overwhelmed, and handle your feelings without letting them control you. You will learn how to set boundaries, forgive yourself, and build habits that support mental and emotional stability. Every chapter gives practical steps you can use immediately to improve your life, develop resilience, and grow stronger from the challenges you face. By the end, you will not only understand yourself better, but you will also have the tools to take real action. You will feel more focused, more balanced, and more capable of handling whatever life throws your way. This is your guide to self-healing, self-growth, and taking full responsibility for your mental and emotional well-being. Stay with this audiobook, and you'll start to see that change is not just possible, it is within your reach, starting today. Part 1. Foundations of Self-Awareness. Chapter 1. Your first session. Awakening the Inner Therapist. What if the answers you have been searching for were not hidden in someone else's advice, but buried quietly inside you, just waiting to be heard? Let us begin here, not on a therapist's couch, not in a clinical setting, but right where you are. This is your first session, and your therapist is you. Self-therapy does not begin with solutions. It begins with stillness, noticing the chaos, feeling the noise, realizing you have been reacting for so long that you have forgotten how to observe. In this chapter, we will take a step back, not to solve, not to fix, but to see the problem behind the problem. We often walk around with symptoms, stress, anxiety, overthinking, sadness, but we do not ask ourselves, where is this coming from? Instead, we reach for another distraction, another to-do list, another motivational quote. But here is the truth no one tells you. Your mind is not broken. Your emotions are not wrong. Your thoughts are not the enemy. They are just signals. They are messages. They are whispers from the parts of you that have gone unheard for too long. When you experience fear or doubt, your mind is not trying to ruin you. It is trying to protect you, but it is stuck in outdated programming, like an old GPS that still thinks the road ahead is closed. Self-therapy begins by listening to what your mind is trying to say underneath the noise. Self-awareness is the beginning of healing. Pause right now and ask yourself, what am I really feeling? Where is this emotion living in my body? What does this thought want me to know? It might sound strange, but self-awareness is not just thinking about yourself. It is becoming intimately present, the subtle patterns that govern your life. Here is the truth. You cannot change what you are unaware of, and you cannot heal what you constantly avoid. Self-awareness is not a luxury. It is the foundation. Think of it as turning on the light in a room you have been sitting in for years, fumbling in the dark, bumping into furniture you could not see. Now the light is on. Now you can start cleaning. From autopilot to intention. Most of us live on emotional autopilot. You feel triggered, so you react. You get anxious, so you scroll. You feel judged, so you shut down. But imagine this. What if you could insert just one breath, one conscious pause between the emotion and a reaction? That is the beginning of transformation. In that pause, you reclaim your power. In that pause, you begin to respond instead of react. Self-therapy is not about fixing yourself. It is about rewriting your programming so you do not live from fear anymore. Close your eyes and picture this. There is a quiet room inside your mind. No opinions, no noise, no expectations, just you and your thoughts. It is here that real healing begins. Not on Instagram, not in self-help quotes, but in your willingness to sit with yourself with patience, compassion, and curiosity. This room is not always comfortable. There might be dust, there might be echoes, but every time you return, it becomes more familiar, more safe, more yours. You are not your anxiety. You are not your past. You are not broken. You are the space that holds it all. And you have the power to make sense of it, one insight at a time. Here is your first tool, the mirror journal. Every morning or night, ask yourself, what emotion is dominant in me right now? What do I believe about myself because of this emotion? What might I say to a friend feeling this way? Write down your answers. Read them out loud to yourself. This is how you begin to parent your own mind. You will not always get it right. You will still have hard days. Your mind will wander. Old patterns will resurface. But with every moment of honesty, with every breath of awareness, you are slowly, gently becoming your own healer. And that is where the journey begins. Welcome to self-therapy. Your next breakthrough is not somewhere out there. It is already within you. All you have to do is listen. Chapter 2. The power of self-awareness, the inner observer. You have been living in your mind all your life, but have you really seen yourself? We go through life on autopilot, reacting, adapting, surviving, but real healing happens when you wake up to what's been going on underneath the surface. Self-therapy is the practice of awakening. It is about noticing the parts of you that have been hiding, silent, or ignored, and when you finally see them, everything changes. It is easy to let life take the lead, to fall into patterns, relationships, and choices that are comfortable, even if they do not serve you. This is the default mode of being. But default mode is also where we lose ourselves, where we keep repeating the same patterns, where we make decisions that are not really ours. Self-awareness asks you to stop running on autopilot. It invites you to look closely at what is happening in your mind, emotions, and choices. When you develop the ability to step back and observe your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors, you awaken from that autopilot sleep. You realize something. You are not the sum for your automatic reactions. You are the one who chooses them. In the midst of all your thoughts, feelings, and noise, there is a place, a stillness, a space that observes but does not judge. This is your inner observer, and when you connect with it, you unlock the ability to pause before reacting. Self-therapy teaches you to strengthen this inner observer, to recognize that you are the conscious witness of your emotions, thoughts, and reactions. The goal is not to control your thoughts or suppress your feelings. The goal is to observe them without attachment. When you see your emotions and thoughts as temporary experiences, you realize they do not have to define you. To build true self-awareness, you must learn to deepen your attention on 3 levels. First, thought awareness. What are you thinking in this moment? What are your immediate reactions? What beliefs are driving those thoughts? Is there an underlying story you have been telling yourself for years? Second, emotional awareness. What are you feeling beneath those thoughts? Is there an emotional undercurrent that you have not fully acknowledged? What are the patterns in your emotional responses? Third, behavioral awareness. What are you doing in response to your thoughts and emotions? Are you acting in alignment with your true desires and values? Or are you reacting from old conditioned patterns? The more you practice observing yourself on these 3 levels, the clearer you become about who you really are and who you want to be. Your actions reveal your inner state. What do you choose to do? How you react to others? How you treat yourself? All of it is a mirror of your inner world. This is not about judgment. It is about seeing yourself clearly so you can make the conscious choice to change. Start each day with a simple but powerful habit. 1. Take 3 deep breaths. 2. Ask yourself, what do I need to be aware of today? How am I feeling emotionally right now? What patterns do I want to change? What do I want to create today? 3. Set an intention. I will pause before reacting. I will practice being aware of my thoughts, emotions, and actions today. By setting the intention at the start of the day, you train your mind to stay awake, present, and intentional throughout the day. At the end of each day, take a few moments to reflect. Ask yourself, what did I learn about myself today? What thoughts, emotions, or behaviors showed up that I want to understand better? What can I do tomorrow to continue growing? Self-awareness is not about perfection. It is about progress. The more you practice it, the more you begin to trust your own clarity and intuition. Write about your inner experience. What thoughts, feelings, and behaviors did you notice today? What did you learn about yourself? Where do you still feel stuck? And how can you start to make a shift? Use this as a tool to deepen your connection with yourself. Because the more you understand your inner world, the more power you have to change it. You are not your thoughts. You are not your emotions. You are not your behaviors. You are the one who observes them all. And once you realize this, you no longer have to be controlled by them. Self-awareness is the first step in the process of transformation. It is not enough to simply change your behaviors. You must change how you see yourself and how you relate to everything inside of you. And as you continue to observe, to witness, to pause and reflect, you will realize something profound. The more you see yourself clearly, the more you can become who you were always meant to be. Chapter 3. Mirror Journal. Daily honest, written reflection. Self-awareness is the quiet skill that changes everything. Because when a person clearly sees their own thoughts, emotions, habits, and reactions, they gain the power to guide their life instead of being pushed by it. Most people live on automatic mode, reacting to events, moods, and memories without ever stopping to ask what is really happening inside them. This is not because they are weak or careless, but because no one taught them how to sit with themselves honestly. Daily written reflection is one of the simplest and most effective ways to build this awareness. It requires no special talent, no expensive tools, and no outside approval. It only requires truth, patience, and consistency. When done daily, it becomes a form of self-therapy that helps organize the mind, calm emotions, and create clarity where there was confusion. Writing honestly each day is not about sounding intelligent or poetic. It is about creating a private space where nothing needs to be hidden or defended. Many people avoid writing because they fear what they might discover. They worry that putting thoughts on paper will make problems feel more real. In reality, the opposite happens. Thoughts that remain unspoken grow heavy and chaotic. Thoughts that are written down become visible, manageable, and less threatening. The mind often exaggerates fears when they stay unexamined. Writing brings those fears into the light, where they lose much of their power. The first purpose of daily reflection is observation, not judgment. When a person writes to judge themselves, they turn reflection into punishment. This defeats the purpose. Self-awareness grows when the writer takes the role of a calm observer. The page becomes a mirror, not a courtroom. Each day simply recorded as it was. What happened, what emotions appeared, what thoughts repeated, what choices were made. Nothing more is required. Over time, patterns emerge naturally. Anger may show up in the same situations. Avoidance may follow certain emotions. Energy may rise or fall depending on habits. These patterns are rarely seen clearly without writing, because memory is selective and emotional. A simple daily practice can begin with a few grounded questions, written and answered honestly. What happened today that affected me? What emotion did I feel most strongly? What thought kept returning? How did my body feel? What did I avoid? What did I face? What did I learn? These questions are not meant to be answered perfectly. They are meant to direct attention inward. Even short answers are enough. The value comes from showing up each day and telling the truth without decoration. Written reflection also slows the mind. Modern life trains people to think quickly, react instantly, and distract themselves constantly. Writing by hand or typing without interruption forces a slower pace. This slower pace allows emotions to surface gradually instead of crashing all at once. Many people notice that they do not know what they truly feel until they start writing. At first, the page may fill with surface thoughts about tasks and events. If the writer stays patient, deeper feelings begin to appear. Sadness, frustration, pride, guilt, gratitude all show themselves when given time and attention. One powerful aspect of written reflection is that it separates the person from the thought. When a thought lives only in the mind, it feels like truth. When it is written down, it becomes something that can be examined. A sentence on a page can be questioned, adjusted, or replaced. This distance is essential for self-therapy. It allows a person to say, "This is a thought, not a fact." Over time, this creates emotional stability. Instead of being carried by every emotion, the writer learns to stand beside it and understand it. Honest reflection also exposes contradictions. A person may write that they want peace, but notice that their daily actions create stress. They may write that they value honesty, but avoid difficult conversations. These contradictions are not failures. They are starting points for growth. Awareness always comes before change. Without seeing the gap between values and actions, no improvement can occur. Writing makes that gap visible without drama. Consistency matters more than length. A few honest lines written daily have more power than long sessions done occasionally. The mind responds to routine. When reflection becomes a daily habit, it signals to the mind that inner life matters. This builds trust with oneself. The writer learns that their thoughts and feelings will be heard regularly, not only during crisis. This trust reduces emotional pressure. Problems feel less urgent because there is a known place where they will be addressed. There will be days when writing feels difficult. Some days feel empty. Other days feel overwhelming. Both are normal. On empty days, the practice still matters. Writing about boredom, confusion, or resistance is still reflection. The goal is not to process everything at once, but to maintain contact with oneself. Stoic wisdom teaches discipline over mood. Writing daily, regardless of emotional state, builds that discipline gently. One useful approach is to write without editing. The inner critic often tries to control how thoughts are expressed. This slows the process and reduces honesty. Reflection is not meant to be read by others. Grammar, spelling, and structure do not matter. What matters is accuracy of feeling. If anger appears, it is written as anger. If fear appears, it is written as fear. Over time, this directness strengthens emotional intelligence. Emotions become familiar rather than threatening. Daily written reflection also improves decision-making. When thoughts are organized on paper, choices become clearer. Writing about a problem often reveals that the answer was already known, but ignored. The mind tends to circle around decisions without resolving them. Writing forces a linear process. One thought leads to the next. Causes and consequences become visible. This clarity reduces impulsive behavior. Decisions made with awareness align better with values. Another benefit is emotional release. Holding emotions inside the body creates tension. Writing provides a safe outlet. Anger, frustration, sadness, and disappointment can be expressed without harming anyone. This does not mean staying stuck in emotion. It means acknowledging it fully so it can move through. Suppressed emotion does not disappear. It waits and grows. Expressed emotion loses intensity and becomes information. Reflection also strengthens self-respect. Each time a person sits down to write, they prove that their inner life deserves attention. This builds quiet confidence, not the loud kind that seeks approval, but the steady kind that comes from knowing oneself. Self-respect grows when actions align with values. Writing helps identify those values clearly. Over time, the writer begins to notice which actions feel right and which feel wrong. This internal guidance becomes stronger than external pressure. A common fear is that focusing inward will increase negativity. This fear comes from confusing awareness with rumination. Rumination is repetitive thinking without insight. Reflection is purposeful observation that leads to understanding. The difference lies in intention. When writing is done to understand rather than to complain, it becomes constructive. If the page fills with repeated complaints, writer can gently ask what is within control and what is not. Stoic practice reminds us to focus energy only where it can be applied. Writing makes this distinction clearer. To deepen the practice, the writer can occasionally review past entries. This is not done daily, but periodically. Reading old entries reveals growth that may not be felt in the moment. Challenges that once felt overwhelming may now seem manageable. Emotional patterns may have shifted. This review builds patience. Progress is often slow and quiet. Writing provides proof that effort accumulates even when results are not immediate. Written reflection also improves relationships. Understanding personal triggers, reactions, and needs allows clearer communication. Instead of blaming others for emotional responses, the writer learns to take responsibility for their internal state. This does not mean accepting poor treatment. It means responding with intention rather than impulse. Writing about interactions helps identify boundaries that need strengthening. It also reveals when expectations are unrealistic. Another powerful use of reflection is preparing for the day ahead. While this chapter focuses on awareness rather than planning, the two are connected. Writing in the morning about intentions, values, and possible challenges increases presence throughout the day. The mind becomes more alert to choices. Writing in the evening allows review without self-attack. What went well is noted. What needs adjustment is acknowledged. This cycle creates steady improvement. Honesty is the foundation of this practice. Without honesty, writing becomes performance. Even if no one else reads it, honesty requires courage. It means admitting fear, weakness, envy, and confusion. These admissions do not define a person. They free a person. Stoic thinkers understood that strength comes from seeing reality clearly. Illusions create suffering. Truth, even when uncomfortable, creates stability. Daily written reflection also helps process past experiences. Memories often resurface unexpectedly because they were never fully examined. Writing allows controlled exploration. A memory can be written about slowly with attention to emotion and meaning. Over time, the emotional charge lessens. The experience becomes part of a larger story rather than an open wound. This is self-therapy at its most practical level. It is important to write from the first person. This reinforces ownership. Statements such as "I felt," "I thought," "I chose" create responsibility. Avoid writing as if observing someone else. Ownership does not mean blame. It means acknowledging agency. This strengthens self-trust. A person who trusts themselves can face difficulty without collapse. There is no correct emotional outcome of writing. Some days, writing brings relief. Other days, it brings clarity without comfort. Both are valuable. The goal is not constant positivity. The goal is understanding. From understanding comes appropriate action. Stoic discipline teaches acceptance of what is and effort where possible. Writing clarifies this balance daily. The environment matters. Writing in a quiet space with minimal distraction supports depth. Even a small ritual helps. The same notebook, the same time of day, the same seat. This signals the mind to settle. Over time, the mind enters reflection more easily. This reduces resistance. The habit becomes part of identity. Time limits can be helpful. 10 to 20 minutes is enough. Writing longer is optional, but not required. A limit prevents avoidance and overwhelm. Knowing there is an end allows deeper honesty. It also supports consistency. The habit should fit into life, not compete with it. Self-awareness developed through writing naturally leads to self-control. When thoughts and emotions are familiar, they are less likely to dominate behavior. The writer learns to pause. This pause is where freedom lives. Instead of reacting automatically, there is a moment of choice. That moment grows with practice. Over time, it changes the course of decisions, large and small. This practice also builds resilience. Life brings loss, failure, and uncertainty. Writing provides a stable inner anchor. When external structures shift, the internal structure remains. The writer knows how to sit with discomfort and extract meaning. This does not remove pain, but it prevents despair. Meaning is a powerful stabilizer. There will be resistance. The mind will suggest skipping days or stopping altogether. This is normal. Resistance often appears when writing approaches something important. The response is gentle persistence. Missing a day is not failure. Returning the next day is success. Discipline grows through return, not perfection. Written reflection should remain private. Sharing is optional, but not necessary. Privacy protects honesty. When the page is safe, truth appears more easily. This safety is essential for self-therapy. The writer becomes both speaker and listener. Over time, this inner dialogue becomes calmer and more respectful. As awareness grows, the writer may notice a desire to act differently. Small changes emerge naturally. Better sleep choices, clearer boundaries, more intentional communication. Easy 6-4. Arise from understanding. This is the most sustainable form of growth. The practice of daily honest written reflection is not dramatic. It does not promise instant transformation. Its power lies in accumulation, one page at a time. Clarity builds, one honest sentence at a time. Self-trust strengthens. Over months and years, this quiet habit reshapes identity. At the core of self-therapy is responsibility. No one else can see thoughts as clearly or feel emotions as directly. Writing is an act of taking responsibility for the inner world. This responsibility is empowering. It removes the need to be saved by someone else. Guidance can help, but awareness must be personal. The chapter closes with a simple truth. Self-awareness is not found through thinking harder. It is found through observing honestly. Daily written reflection is a practical tool that anyone can use. It requires no approval and no permission. When practiced consistently, it becomes a steady companion. It teaches patience, clarity, and discipline. It turns confusion into understanding and reaction into choice. This is where healing begins. Part 2. Understanding and Managing Your Emotional Landscape. Chapter 4. The Emotional GPS. Learning to read your feelings. Your emotions are not interruptions to your journey. They are the guideposts. Imagine driving without a GPS. You feel lost, confused, and frustrated. That is how most of us live, emotionally lost, because we were never taught how to read the emotional signals that rise within us. We treat emotions like obstacles, but what if they are actually the map? Society has programmed us to believe, do not cry, be strong, push your feelings aside, and keep going. Emotion gets in the way of logic. But here is the truth. Emotions are data. They are not weakness. They are wisdom. They tell you what matters. They point to your boundaries. They highlight your fears and your deepest desires. You do not have to obey every emotion, but you do need to understand them, because when you ignore your feelings, they do not disappear. They just hide and grow louder. Let us decode some common emotions. Anger is not just rage. It is a sign of a boundary being crossed. It means, "Something's not right. I need to stand up." Sadness is not weakness. It is grief. It is your body letting go. It means something valuable was lost. Please give me space to mourn. Anxiety is not just nerves. It is the mind preparing for threat. It means I am overwhelmed. I need clarity and calm. Each emotion is a messenger, but most of us shoot the messenger instead of listening. Self-therapy invites you to do the opposite. Think about this. If someone gave you a book in a language you did not understand, would you get mad at the book? No, you would learn the language. Your emotions are the same. They are messages written in a language of energy and sensation. If you can learn to translate them, you can learn to master your internal world. This is what emotional intelligence really is, and it begins with curiosity, not control. Here is a tool you can use today, the Feel to Heal method. It is simple but powerful. Step 1. Name it. Say the emotion out loud. I feel overwhelmed. I feel ashamed. Naming gives it structure. Without naming, emotions stay vague and scary. Step 2. Locate it. Where is it in your body, your chest, your stomach, your throat? Do not analyze, just observe. Step 3. Ask it. What are you trying to show me? What do you want me to know? Step 4. Accept it. Do not argue with it. Do not rush it away. Let it be. Let it speak. Let it soften. This is how emotion turns into transformation. Emotional suppression is a silent killer. It looks like strength on the outside, calm, composed, unbothered. But inside, you are tired, you are heavy, you are carrying too much. Being emotionally honest does not mean you fall apart. It means you give yourself permission to be real. And realness is where healing begins. Here is a journaling prompt. The 3 emotion check-in. At the end of today, ask yourself, what were the 3 strongest emotions I felt today? What caused each one? What might each emotion be teaching me? Write it down. No filters. This will help you start recognizing patterns. For example, you might realize, I get anxious every time I check my email. I feel angry after talking to that one person. I feel peaceful when I walk alone in the morning. These are not coincidences. They are messages from your emotional GPS. Follow the map. Now, hear this clearly. Your emotions are valid, but they are not always true. Just because you feel unlovable does not mean you are. Just because you feel unsafe does not mean you are in danger. But those emotions still matter because they are pointing to something inside you that needs attention. Self-therapy is not about fixing emotions. It is about using them, learning from them, letting them guide you, not control you. You have spent most of your life reacting to your emotions. Now you are learning to respond to them. That is emotional maturity. That is self-leadership. And that is the next step in your healing journey. You are not broken. You are just learning to listen. Chapter 5. Mastering the Storm Within. Emotional regulation through breathing. You cannot control the waves, but you can learn to surf. Your emotions are powerful forces. They surge within you, sometimes in ways that seem uncontrollable. But just like the ocean waves, emotions are not permanent. They rise, peak, and fall. In self-therapy, you learn not to be at the mercy of your emotions, but to master the art of emotional regulation. This does not mean suppressing or denying your feelings. It means understanding and working with them. It means surfing the storm rather than being dragged under by it. Emotions are often seen as either positive or negative, but they are neither. They are simply messages, information about your inner state, your needs, your desires. Anxiety, it is a signal that something feels uncertain or unsafe. Sadness, it is an invitation to process loss. Anger, it is your body telling you that a boundary has been crossed. Emotions, in their purest form, are neither good nor bad. They are your inner compass. The key is learning to listen to them without becoming consumed by them. One of the biggest challenges people face is emotional reactivity. It is the knee-jerk reaction to something that pushes you into an emotional state: anger, frustration, sadness, or anxiety. Reactivity looks like snapping at someone in frustration, going into a spiral of negative thoughts when something does not go right, seeking comfort in unhealthy habits like overeating or substance use. When emotions become overwhelming, it is the opposite of emotional regulation. Regulation means recognizing what is happening within you before you react. It means pausing, checking in with yourself, and then deciding how to respond consciously. The pause is your superpower. It is the moment between stimulus and response. It is where you can choose how you want to act, rather than just reacting automatically. The more you practice this pause, the more powerful it becomes, and the more you allow yourself to feel your emotions without being swept away by them. Emotions are not the enemy of a stable life, but unmanaged emotions quietly control behavior, decisions, and relationships. Many people believe emotional control means suppression, but suppression only pushes feelings deeper, where they return stronger and less predictable. Real regulation means creating space between the emotion and the reaction. Breathing is the fastest and most reliable way to create that space, because breath is the only bodily function that is both automatic and voluntary. This makes it a direct bridge between the mind and the nervous system. When breathing changes, the body listens immediately and the mind follows shortly after. Most emotional reactions begin in the body before they reach conscious thought. The heart rate increases, the chest tightens, the jaw clenches, and breathing becomes shallow. By the time the mind notices what is happening, the body is already preparing for action. Trying to reason at this stage rarely works. The body must be calmed first. Simple daily breathing practices do exactly that. They slow the nervous system, signal safety, and reduce emotional intensity before it turns into behavior that is later regretted. The mistake many people make is only breathing consciously when emotions feel overwhelming. This turns breathing into an emergency tool instead of a daily discipline. Emotional regulation improves most when breathing is practiced during calm moments. This trains the nervous system to return to balance more easily under stress. Just a few minutes each day is enough to create noticeable change over time. One of the simplest practices is slow nasal breathing. Breathing through the nose naturally slows the breath and activates calming responses in the body. A steady rhythm works best. Inhale slowly through the nose, allowing the belly to expand rather than the chest. Pause briefly without strain. Exhale gently through the nose, allowing the body to soften. This pattern sends a clear signal to the brain that there is no immediate threat. Practicing this daily builds a baseline of calm that carries into emotional situations. Another effective method is lengthening the exhale. Emotions such as anger, anxiety, and fear shorten the breath, especially the exhale. By intentionally extending the exhale, the body is guided out of stress mode. For example, inhaling for a count of 4 and exhaling for a count of 6. The numbers are not important. The feeling of a longer exhale is what matters. This technique can be used quietly in any situation without drawing attention. Breathing should be comfortable. Forcing deep breaths can create tension and dizziness. The goal is smooth, controlled breathing, not maximum air intake. Gentle consistency is more effective than intensity. Stoic discipline emphasizes control without force. Breathing follows the same principle. Calm control creates stability, while force creates resistance. Daily breathing also improves awareness of emotional patterns. Sitting quietly with the breath allows subtle emotions to surface. Irritation, restlessness, or sadness may appear without obvious cause. This is valuable information. These emotions are often present beneath the surface throughout the day, influencing behavior without being noticed. Breathing practice brings them into awareness where they can be understood and addressed. Emotional regulation through breathing is not about removing emotion. Emotions carry information. Anger may signal a boundary issue. Fear may signal uncertainty. Sadness may signal loss or fatigue. Breathing allows these signals to be received without panic. Instead of being overwhelmed by emotion, the individual learns to listen calmly and respond thoughtfully. A short daily practice can be done in the morning or evening. Sitting upright with the spine relaxed helps breathing flow naturally. Eyes can be open or closed. Attention is placed on the sensation of air entering and leaving the body. Thoughts will appear and drift. This is normal. Each time attention returns to the breath, regulation improves. The practice is not about stopping thoughts, but about training focus. Breathing also supports physical health, which in turn stabilizes emotions. Chronic shallow breathing contributes to fatigue, tension, and irritability. Better breathing improves oxygen flow, muscle relaxation, and sleep quality. These physical improvements reduce emotional volatility. Emotional regulation is easier when the body is rested and balanced. During emotionally charged moments, breathing becomes a grounding anchor. When frustration rises, the breath can be slowed intentionally. When anxiety tightens the chest, the breath can be guided deeper into the belly. These adjustments do not require analysis. They work directly on the nervous system. Over time, the body learns to respond more calmly before emotions escalate. One practical approach during stress is to place attention on the physical sensation of breathing rather than the situation itself. Feeling the air moving through the nose, the rise and fall of the belly, or the rhythm of the breath brings attention back to the present moment. This reduces catastrophic thinking and emotional spirals. The mind cannot fully engage in panic while focusing on simple physical sensation. Breathing also improves emotional recovery. After an argument or stressful event, emotions can linger for hours. Conscious breathing accelerates the return to balance. Sitting quietly and breathing slowly for a few minutes allows the nervous system to reset. This prevents emotional carryover into unrelated parts of the day. Emotional discipline includes knowing when to reset rather than dragging tension forward. Consistency builds trust with the body. When the body learns that calm breathing will appear regularly, it becomes less reactive. This trust reduces baseline anxiety. The individual feels more grounded, even during uncertainty. This is not emotional numbness. It is emotional steadiness. A common challenge is impatience. People expect immediate emotional relief and stop practicing when it does not appear instantly. Regulation is a skill developed through repetition. Just as physical strength grows gradually. Emotional control builds over time. Each breathing session strengthens neural pathways associated with calm response. Progress may be subtle, but it is cumulative. Breathing practices also encourage humility. They remind the individual that control begins with the simplest actions. Grand strategies are unnecessary when basic discipline is applied consistently. Stoic wisdom values mastery, fundamentals. Breathing is a fundamental act that influences every system in the body. Another useful technique is counting breaths. Counting provides structure and keeps attention focused. For example, counting each exhale from 1 to 10, then starting again. If attention wanders, the count simply restarts. This builds patience and focus. It also reveals how often mind drifts under stress. Awareness of this drift is the first step toward improvement. Emotional regulation through breathing improves communication. When the breath is steady, speech becomes calmer and clearer. Emotional reactions are less likely to dominate conversation. This leads to better outcomes in conflict and negotiation. Calm breathing before speaking creates space for wise response. Breathing also supports self-respect. Choosing to regulate emotions rather than react impulsively reinforces personal discipline. Each calm response builds confidence in self-control. This confidence is quiet and internal. It does not seek validation. It grows through repeated choice. There is no ideal posture or environment required. Breathing can be practiced while walking, sitting, or standing. The key is attention. Even a few conscious breaths taken throughout the day reinforce regulation. Pausing before difficult tasks or conversations and taking several slow breaths prepares the nervous system for balanced action. Daily breathing practice pairs well with written reflection. Breathing calms the body. Writing clarifies the mind. Together they form a foundation of self-therapy. Breathing creates space. Reflection fills that space with understanding. Over time, emotional reactions become less intense and less frequent. This does not mean life becomes easier. It means the individual becomes steadier. Challenges are met with clarity rather than panic. Emotions are experienced fully but not allowed to control behavior. Breathing teaches patience. It cannot be rushed. Each breath unfolds at its own pace. This rhythm encourages acceptance of timing in other areas of life. Progress happens gradually, and that is enough. The practice ends not with a dramatic shift, but with a quiet realization. Calm is available at any moment through the breath. Emotional storms do not require force or escape. They require presence and control. Daily breathing is a simple discipline that returns control to where it belongs, inside the individual. Through this practice, emotional regulation becomes a lived experience rather than a theory. Here is a tool to help you regain control. When you feel overwhelmed by your emotions, the 5-minute emotional reset. 1. Step back for a moment. Find a quiet place or simply step away from the situation. 2. Breathe deeply. Take a few slow, deep breaths to activate your parasympathetic nervous system and calm your body. 3. Name your emotion. What exactly are you feeling? Name it. Is it anger, fear, frustration, sadness, or something else? Labeling your emotion helps you gain perspective and reduces its power. 4. Ask yourself, what do I need right now? What is the underlying need or desire that the emotion is pointing to? Are you feeling disrespected? Are you in need of reassurance? Are you hungry for rest? 5. Choose a conscious response. What can you do in this moment to honor your emotions without being controlled by them? Can you take a break, communicate your needs, or give yourself some self-compassion? Self-compassion is at the core of emotional regulation. It is about being gentle with yourself when emotions arise, rather than judging yourself for having them. 4. If you feel sad, tell yourself, it is okay to feel this way. I am here for you. If you are angry, remind yourself, it is okay to feel anger. I will use this energy to make things better, not hurt others. Being compassionate with yourself does not mean giving in to your emotions. It means accepting them without shame or guilt. When you master emotional regulation, everything changes. You no longer live in reaction to every situation or person. You become more grounded, calm, and resilient. You will notice better decision-making because you are not clouded by impulsive reactions. Stronger relationships because you communicate from a place of clarity and respect. Greater peace of mind because you're not constantly battling your own emotions. Emotional regulation does not just benefit you, it benefits everyone around you. Here is a journaling prompt. My emotional mastery plan. Reflect on your emotional patterns. What emotions tend to overwhelm me the most? How do I usually react when I feel angry, sad, or anxious? What do I need to change in how I respond to my emotions? Then write down a specific plan for the next time you feel overwhelmed. What will your 5-minute emotional reset look like? How can you begin to practice emotional regulation today? Emotions are not the enemy. They are signals to be understood, not ignored. By learning to regulate them, you empower yourself to live a life that is balanced, intentional, and calm. The storm will still come, but with emotional regulation, you will be the one steering the ship, not the waves. When you learn to surf your emotions, you master not only your internal world, but also your external reality. Part 3. Reshaping your inner narratives. Chapter 6. Transforming the inner voice. From critic to compassionate guide. The most powerful words you will ever hear are the ones you say to yourself. It is not the world that talks to you the most. It is you, that quiet voice that never seems to sleep, the narrator of your life, the voice inside your head. Sometimes it is kind, sometimes it is cruel, but more often than not, it is invisible and incredibly powerful. Your inner dialogue is not just commentary. It shapes your beliefs. It affects your mood. It builds or breaks your self-worth. And most importantly, It can be changed. Every person carries a voice that criticizes, tells them they are not enough, whispers that they are too late, too lazy, too broken. But here is what no one tells you. That voice is not you. It is a collection of echoes, things you heard growing up. Maybe from a harsh parent, maybe from a careless teacher, maybe from your own fear trying to protect you. This inner critic believes it is keeping you safe, but in reality, it is keeping you small. Self-therapy teaches you to recognize this voice, not obey it. Let us get one thing straight. You are not a voice in your head. You are the one listening to it. You are the observer. Once you realize this, a door opens. You are no longer trapped inside a mental prison. You become the builder of your own mindset. From this space, you can start to ask, is this thought helpful or hurtful? Would I say this to someone I love? What is a more compassionate truth? This is where the transformation begins. Imagine your mind as a stage. The critic walks on with a loud mic. You will never succeed. You always mess it up. You are not lovable. Now imagine handing the mic to another voice. One that says, you are learning. You are human. You are worthy right now. The first voice will not disappear overnight, but the more you choose the second one, the more powerful it becomes. This is not toxic positivity. It is conscious self-compassion. The voice that speaks inside the mind during pressure often determines whether a person steadies themselves or collapses under stress. External events do not cause lasting damage on their own. It is the internal commentary that shapes how those events are carried forward. Many people speak to themselves in ways they would never speak to another human being. The tone is harsh, impatient, dismissive, and unforgiving. This inner treatment slowly erodes confidence, clarity, and resilience. Practicing compassionate self-talk during stressful moments is not weakness or self-indulgence. It is disciplined mental leadership. Self-talk is constant whether it is noticed or not. Your sense of force becomes louder, faster, and more extreme. Mistakes are magnified. Fear predicts disaster. Effort is dismissed as insufficient. This inner dialogue feels automatic, but it is learned behavior. It can be reshaped with awareness and practice. Compassionate self-talk does not mean lying to oneself or avoiding responsibility. It means speaking with honesty while removing cruelty. It replaces attack with guidance. Stress narrows perception. The mind focuses on threat and error. In this state, the inner voice often shifts into criticism, believing that harshness will force improvement. In reality, it creates paralysis or reckless behavior. Compassionate self-talk widens perception. It restores balance. It allows the individual to see options instead of only danger. This is aligned with Stoic discipline, which teaches calm assessment rather than emotional punishment. The first step is noticing the tone of the inner voice when pressure appears. This requires attention rather than judgment. The words used internally matter. Statements like, "This always happens," or "I cannot handle this," escalate stress. Compassionate alternatives do not deny difficulty. They acknowledge reality while offering steadiness. Statements such as, "This is hard but manageable," or I can take one step at a time, reduce emotional intensity, and restore control. Compassionate self-talk works best when it is simple and direct. Long explanations are necessary during stress. Short, grounding phrases are more effective. Reminding oneself to slow down, breathe, and focus on what is controllable helps anchor the mind. These phrases should be practiced before stress arises, so they are available automatically when needed. One useful method is to speak internally as if guiding someone else through the same situation. Most people naturally offer patience and clarity to others while denying it to themselves. Applying the same tone inward creates emotional safety. Safety allows problem solving. Without safety, the mind remains defensive. This practice does not remove accountability. If a mistake was made, it is acknowledged without insult. Instead of, "I failed again," the inner voice can say, "This choice did not work, and I can adjust." This keeps attention on action rather than identity. Stoic thinking emphasizes judging actions, not worth. Compassionate self-talk reinforces this separation. Stress often triggers comparison. The inner voice measures progress against others and finds deficiency. Compassionate self-talk redirects focus to personal standards and effort. Progress is measured against past behavior, not imagined ideals. This stabilizes motivation and prevents burnout. Another aspect of compassionate self-talk is permission to pause. During stress, the mind demands immediate resolution. This urgency increases errors. Giving oneself permission to pause, breathe, and reassess reduces impulsive reactions. The inner voice can remind that clarity improves with calm. Pausing is an act of strength, not avoidance. Language shapes emotion. Words like should and never create pressure. Replacing them with flexible language reduces internal tension. Saying, "I would benefit from trying this," instead of "I must do this," changes the emotional tone. This does not lower standards. It improves follow-through. Compassionate self-talk also includes acknowledging effort. During stress, my mind often focuses only on what is lacking. Recognizing effort restores balance. This does not mean praise for minimal work. It means accurately seeing what has been done alongside what remains. Accuracy is calming. Distortion is stressful. Practicing this skill daily outside of crisis builds strength. Rehearsing compassionate phrases during calm moments trains the mind. Writing them down or repeating them silently reinforces the habit. Over time, the inner voice becomes more supportive by default. Stress then triggers guidance instead of attack. Compassionate self-talk supports emotional recovery. After a difficult event, the inner voice can either replay errors or guide reflection. Choosing guidance shortens recovery time. The event becomes information rather than identity. Lessons are extracted without lingering shame. This practice also improves consistency. Harsh self-talk leads to cycles of effort and collapse. Compassionate guidance supports steady progress. When setbacks occur, the individual returns to action rather than quitting. Discipline is sustained through respect. There is resistance to this practice because many believe kindness will reduce drive. Experience shows the opposite. People perform better when they feel supported internally. Calm focus produces better decisions than fear. Stoic strength is not self-cruelty, it is self-command. Compassionate self-talk also reduces emotional exhaustion. Constant internal conflict drains energy. Supportive dialogue conserves mental resources. This energy can then be used for action rather than self-defense. It is important to avoid turning compassionate self-talk into excuses. Compassion acknowledges difficulty without surrendering responsibility. The balance is maintained by pairing kindness with clarity. What happened is named. What can be done next is identified. Emotion is allowed, but not allowed to lead. Stressful moments are opportunities to practice this skill deliberately. When pressure appears, the individual can notice the first automatic thought, then consciously choose a different response. This choice may feel unnatural at first. Repetition makes it familiar. Tone matters more than content. Even corrective messages can be delivered with calm respect. The inner voice should sound steady, grounded, and firm without aggression. This tone signals safety to the nervous system. Compassionate self-talk also improves resilience in uncertainty. When outcomes are unclear, fear increases. A steady internal voice reminding that uncertainty is part of life reduces panic. Focus returns to present effort rather than imagined futures. This practice strengthens trust in oneself. Each time the individual supports themselves during stress, trust grows. This trust becomes an internal anchor. External validation becomes less necessary. Over time, the inner voice becomes a source of stability rather than threat. Stress still appears, but it no longer dominates behavior. The individual learns that they can face difficulty without turning against themselves. Compassionate self-talk is not emotional softness. It is disciplined mental training. It requires awareness, choice, and consistency. Its impact is quiet, but profound. It shapes how challenges are experienced and how recovery unfolds. The way a person speaks to themselves during stress determines whether stress becomes damage or development. Compassionate self-talk transforms pressure into guidance. It keeps the mind clear, the body steady, and the will intact. Through this practice, self-leadership replaces self-attack, and resilience becomes a daily reality. Here is your self-therapy tool. Catch, challenge, change. 1. Catch the thought. Pause. Notice when the critic shows up. Name the thought. Example, I am such a failure. 2. Challenge the thought. Ask, is this completely true? Is there another explanation? Example, maybe I am just overwhelmed. I have been trying my best. 3. Change the thought. Reframe it with truth and compassion. Example, I am not a failure. I am facing something hard, and I am still moving forward. Use this process daily. With practice, it rewires your thinking. Here is a journaling prompt, the self-talk mirror. Every night, answer these 3 questions in your journal. What did I say to myself today that was unkind or judgmental? What triggered it? What could I say to a close friend in that moment instead? Then rephrase it and read it out loud. Over time, you will start to speak to yourself the way you speak to someone you love, because you deserve nothing less. Your inner voice is your home. You live inside your mind more than anywhere else. So ask yourself, is it a place of peace or punishment? If a friend talked to you the way you talk to yourself, would you want to stay? This is the heart of self-therapy. Turning your inner voice from an enemy into an ally. You will not silence the critic completely, but you can choose who you give the microphone to every single day. The voice you use with yourself becomes your emotional climate. It determines whether you grow or shrink. And here is the best part. You do not need permission from anyone else to begin changing it. You just need one thing: the courage to listen, then speak back with love. Chapter 7. Challenging Beliefs. Rewriting Your Inner Story and Intentional Thought Replacement. The stories we tell ourselves shape the reality we live in. How many times have you said to yourself, "I cannot do that," or "I'm not good enough"? These thoughts may feel like truths, but they are just beliefs, stories you've been telling yourself for years. The stories you believe shape the way you live, the actions you take, and how you view the world. If you are stuck in a negative cycle, it is time to start challenging these beliefs. It is time to ask, are these stories really true, or have I been telling myself lies? Our beliefs are like the lens through which we view the world. They determine how we perceive our experiences, how we interpret our failures, and how we react to challenges. These beliefs often form early in life, shaped by our experiences, upbringing, and the messages we receive from others. But as we grow, we continue to reinforce them, even if they no longer serve us. The good news is you can change your beliefs. You are not stuck with the stories you have been telling yourself. In fact, the process of self-therapy involves rewriting these beliefs, replacing the negative ones with empowering ones that support your growth and well-being. Limiting beliefs are the stories that keep you small. They hold you back from living the life you truly desire. Common limiting beliefs include, "I am not smart enough. I am too old to change. I will never be successful. I do not deserve love." These beliefs create walls around your potential. But the first step in challenging them is to become aware of them. Without awareness, you cannot change what you do not see. Take a moment now to reflect on some of the beliefs you hold about yourself. What do you truly believe about your abilities, your worth, and your potential? Are there any stories that have been holding you back for years? The most powerful belief is the one that shapes your identity. If you believe you are a failure, you will act like one. If you believe you are unworthy of love, you will struggle to accept love from others. If you believe you are incapable of achieving your goals, you will give up before you even try. But the opposite is also true. When you believe you are capable, worthy, and strong, you begin to take actions that align with those beliefs. Your identity is not fixed. It is shaped by the stories you tell yourself. And when you rewrite those stories, you rewrite your life. Rewriting your beliefs begins with a shift in perspective. It involves actively questioning the stories you have been telling yourself and replacing them with new, empowering ones. Here is how to do it. Identify the belief. What is the negative or limiting belief that is holding you back? Write it down. Be honest with yourself. This is the starting point. Examine the evidence. Ask yourself, is this belief really true? What evidence do I have to support it? You may find that the belief is based on old experiences or assumptions, not on current facts. Challenge the belief. Is there another way to look at this? For example, if you believe, I am not good enough, challenge yourself by asking, what is the evidence that shows I am enough just as I am? Replace with an empowering belief. Choose a new belief that serves you better. It might be something like, I am capable of achieving my goals. Repeat this new belief to yourself daily, especially when the old one resurfaces. Take action. Change only happens when you take consistent action. Align your behaviors with your new belief. If you believe you are capable, start doing things that demonstrate your capability. Affirmations are a powerful tool for rewiring your beliefs. They are positive statements that help shift your mindset and reinforce the new story you are telling yourself. For example, if you struggle with the belief that you are not good enough, try these affirmations. I am worthy of success and happiness. I am capable of achieving anything I set my mind to. I have everything I need to create the life I want. Repeat these affirmations regularly, especially when self-doubt arises. Over time, you will start to believe them, and your actions will follow. Thoughts shape experience long before actions ever appear. Many people believe their suffering comes from events, circumstances, or other people, but most distress is sustained by repetitive mental patterns that quietly operate in the background. These patterns feel familiar and automatic, so they are rarely questioned. Over time, they become accepted as truth, even when they are inaccurate or harmful. Learning to identify these patterns and replace them intentionally is a core skill of self-therapy and personal mastery. Harmful thought patterns are not dramatic or obvious. They often sound reasonable and familiar. They speak in absolutes, predict negative outcomes, and judge personal worth based on temporary conditions. Because these thoughts repeat frequently, they feel convincing. The mind prefers efficiency, and repetition feels efficient. Unfortunately, efficiency without accuracy creates suffering. Awareness is the first interruption. Identification begins with slowing down mental activity, just enough to notice what is being said internally. This usually happens after an emotional shift. Frustration, anxiety, shame, or hopelessness often follow a specific line of thinking. Instead of focusing on the emotion alone, it is useful to ask what thought came just before it. This question reveals patterns that would otherwise remain hidden. Common harmful patterns include exaggeration, where a single mistake is expanded into a general failure. Another is prediction, where the mind assumes it knows future outcomes without evidence. There is also personalization, where neutral events are interpreted as personal attacks. These patterns do not appear once. They repeat daily in different forms. Writing them down helps expose their structure. The goal of identification is not to argue with the mind aggressively. That only strengthens resistance. The goal is to observe with neutrality. A thought written clearly loses some of its authority. It becomes a statement rather than reality. This shift is subtle but powerful. The person moves from being inside the thought to looking at it. Once a pattern is identified, replacement becomes possible. Replacement does not mean forcing positive thinking. Unrealistic optimism creates internal conflict. Effective replacement is grounded, balanced, and truthful. The new thought must be believable, or the mind will reject it. The purpose is not comfort alone, but accuracy. For example, if thought is, "I always mess things up," the replacement is not, "I am perfect." A more accurate replacement is, "This mistake does not define my overall ability." This acknowledges reality without exaggeration. The emotional response changes immediately because the nervous system responds to perceived threat. Reducing threat reduces emotional intensity. Intentional replacement requires practice. The mind will return to old patterns because they are familiar. Consistency builds new mental habits. Each time a harmful thought is noticed and replaced, a new pathway is strengthened. Over time, the replacement becomes automatic. This is mental training, not emotional denial. Timing matters. Replacement works best when emotions are present, but not overwhelming. Extreme emotional states require calming first. Once calm returns, the thought can be examined and adjusted. Trying to replace thoughts while highly agitated often fails because the nervous system is still activated. Language choice is important. Replacements should avoid extremes. Words like sometimes, often, or in this situation create flexibility. The mind responds better to nuanced statements than rigid declarations. Nuance reduces internal resistance. Another important aspect is separating facts from interpretations. Many harmful thoughts or interpretations presented as facts. Identifying which part is factual and which part is assumed restores clarity. For example, a fact may be a project was rejected. The interpretation may be, "This means I am incompetent." Replacing the interpretation changes the emotional outcome without denying the fact. Intentional replacement also involves choosing focus. The mind tends to fixate on what went wrong. Shifting focus to what is within control restores agency. A replacement thought may redirect attention from outcome to effort. This reduces helplessness and increases motivation. It is useful to limit replacement to one thought at a time. Trying to fix the entire mental landscape is overwhelming. Addressing the most frequent or disruptive pattern first creates noticeable improvement. Progress builds confidence. Replacement should be followed by action when possible. Thought changes are reinforced by behavior. If the replacement suggests a different response, taking a small step in that direction strengthens the new pattern. Action confirms belief. There is also value in questioning the usefulness of a thought. Some thoughts may be partially true, but still unhelpful. Asking whether a thought helps or harms decision-making adds another layer of evaluation. Useful thoughts lead to constructive action. Harmful ones lead to paralysis or avoidance. Patience is essential. The mind does not change overnight. Old patterns may return under stress. This does not mean failure. It means repetition is required. Each return is another opportunity to practice awareness and choice. Intentional replacement also reduces emotional fatigue. Constant negative interpretation drains energy. Balanced thinking conserves mental resources. This energy can be redirected toward meaningful effort. Stoic philosophy emphasizes control over internal judgments. External events are often outside control, but interpretation is not. Replacing harmful thoughts is an act of reclaiming authority over internal life. This authority creates stability even during uncertainty. Over time, the individual becomes skilled at catching distortions. Early, thoughts are examined quickly and adjusted before emotions escalate. This creates a sense of mental cleanliness. The mind feels less cluttered and reactive. This practice also improves relationships. When assumptions about others are reduced, communication improves. Misinterpretations are corrected internally. Before conflict escalates, the individual responds rather than reacts. Replacement does not eliminate negative thoughts entirely. It reduces their influence. Thoughts may still appear, but they no longer dominate behavior. Awareness creates choice, and choice creates freedom. The process becomes more efficient with practice. Identification becomes faster. Replacement becomes smoother. The mind learns that exaggeration is unnecessary. Reality becomes less threatening. A helpful reminder is that thoughts are tools, not rulers. They exist to guide action, not dictate worth. When a tool no longer serves, it can be replaced. This perspective reduces attachment to familiar but harmful patterns. Harmful thought patterns are learned and therefore changeable. Identification brings clarity. An intentional replacement restores balance. This practice builds mental discipline that supports every other area of growth. With patience and consistency, the inner dialogue becomes an ally rather than an obstacle. Here is your tool, the belief transformation exercise. Take a few minutes each day to practice this. 1. Write down one limiting belief you have. Be honest with yourself and choose one belief that has been holding you back. This is the starting point. 2. Challenge that belief. What evidence do you have that contradicts this belief? Can you think of any experiences, successes, or positive feedback that show this belief is false? 3. Write down a new empowering belief. Replace the limiting belief with one that supports your growth. Make sure it is positive, specific, and present tense. For example, I am constantly learning and improving. 4. Affirm your new belief. Say your new belief out loud. Repeat it to yourself daily. Feel the truth of it in your body and mind. Changing your beliefs takes time. It is not a one-time exercise, but a consistent practice. As you continue to rewrite your beliefs, you will start to notice shifts in your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors. The more you align your actions with your new empowering beliefs, the stronger they will become. You will notice that the old stories begin to lose their power. You will start taking risks, setting bigger goals, and achieving things you once thought were impossible. This is the process of transforming your mind and your life. Here is a journaling prompt. My new belief. few minutes to reflect on your current beliefs. What negative beliefs do I hold about myself or my abilities? What evidence do I have that contradicts these beliefs? What new empowering belief can I adopt to replace the old one? Write about your process of transformation and set an intention to consistently challenge and rewrite your beliefs. The stories you tell yourself shape the reality you experience. By challenging your limiting beliefs and replacing them with empowering ones, you can transform your life in profound ways. Remember, you are not bound by the past. You are free to write a new story, one that aligns with your true potential. Every belief is just a thought, and every thought can be changed. You have the power to rewrite your inner narrative, step by step, and to create the life you have always dreamed of. Chapter 8. From self-judgment to curiosity, the power of honest self-review. Self-judgment is one of the most subtle obstacles to personal growth. It is an automatic reaction that arises when actions or outcomes fail to meet internal expectations. The mind reacts with blame, shame, or criticism, often repeating these thoughts unconsciously. Over time, this constant evaluation creates tension, lowers confidence, and narrows perception. Replacing self-judgment with curiosity and honest self-review transforms these moments into opportunities for understanding and improvement. This shift is not about avoiding responsibility or excusing mistakes. It is about changing the approach from punishment to inquiry. Curiosity begins with noticing thoughts without immediate evaluation. Instead of labeling a mistake as failure, the mind learns to ask questions. What happened here? Why did I respond this way? What information is available that I may have overlooked? These questions redirect attention from emotional reaction to analysis. They engage reasoning rather than defensiveness. Observing the mind's process in this way uncovers patterns that were previously hidden beneath self-criticism. Honest self-review requires clarity and precision. It is not a vague assessment or general statement. It is breaking down events, behaviors, and decisions into observable facts. The goal is to understand causality, context, and internal contribution. For example, instead of "I am terrible for missing that deadline," the review would identify the steps leading to the outcome, decisions that could have been different, and external constraints that influenced results. This approach emphasizes actionable insight instead of emotional punishment. Replacing judgment with curiosity also reduces resistance. Criticism triggers defensiveness. Curiosity triggers attention. When the mind is curious, it seeks understanding rather than defending self-image. This opens space for learning and growth. It allows emotions to exist without dictating behavior. Frustration, embarrassment, or disappointment are acknowledged as signals, not condemnations. The body and mind remain calmer, and clarity improves. Daily practice strengthens this skill. Each time a mistake or undesired outcome occurs, consciously pause and observe. Ask neutral, exploratory questions. Identify facts versus interpretations. Notice emotional responses without amplifying them. This repeated attention trains the mind to respond with inquiry rather than judgment automatically. Over time, moments that would have triggered intense self-criticism become opportunities for thoughtful review. Language is central to this transformation. Words like always, never, and should are replaced with descriptive, factual, and open-ended terms. Instead of saying, I always fail, one can note, this attempt did not produce the desired result, and consider factors that contributed to the outcome. Language shapes perception. Precise, curiosity-driven language reduces internal tension while improving insight. Another critical component is separating identity from behavior. Self-judgment often conflates action with self-worth. Curiosity clarifies that the individual is not equivalent to mistakes or shortcomings. Thoughts like, I am unworthy, are replaced with, I made a choice that did not work as intended. This separation preserves dignity while creating accountability. Identity remains intact while behavior is evaluated for improvement. Curiosity also promotes experimentation. When the mind approaches experience with interest rather than fear of failure, it becomes more willing to try new strategies. Honest self-review identifies what works and what does not, without assigning moral weight to outcomes. The focus is on knowledge and growth rather than emotional punishment. Patterns of thought and behavior become more visible under this approach. Repeated self-judgment often obscures consistency. Curiosity asks, is this recurring? Under what conditions does it occur? What internal or external triggers are present? Observation without blame reveals these connections and enables strategic adjustments. Awareness creates mastery over habitual responses. Emotional balance is a natural consequence. When judgment is replaced with curiosity, feelings of guilt, shame, and self-loathing decrease. Energy is redirected toward understanding and problem-solving. The nervous system remains calmer, and decision-making becomes more rational, even in high-stress scenarios. Self-review should be honest but constructive. The mind may be tempted to minimize mistakes or exaggerate shortcomings. Honest review acknowledges facts fully while avoiding exaggeration or minimization. It considers context, internal choices, and external factors. This precision develops realistic perception and strengthens problem-solving skills. Curiosity also nurtures creativity. When self-judgment dominates, the mind becomes rigid and cautious. Curiosity allows exploration without fear. Solutions emerge more readily because the individual can analyze situations openly and without defensive distortion. Flexibility improves both mental agility and resilience. Reflection paired with documentation amplifies results. Writing down observations, questions, and insights externalizes thought patterns. This provides perspective and prevents repeated judgmental loops. Reviewing these notes periodically allows identification of growth trends, recurring challenges, and progress over time. Documented reflection reinforces habit and deepens learning. Another key aspect is noticing emotional triggers during self-review. Certain events may provoke stronger judgment due to personal values, past experiences, or unmet expectations. Awareness of these triggers helps distinguish between actual performance gaps and disproportionate internal criticism. This clarity prevents misdirected judgment and focuses energy on productive inquiry. Curiosity cultivates self-compassion. Inquiry naturally softens harsh internal reactions because it prioritizes understanding over condemnation. Compassion arises from recognizing the universal struggle in learning and growth. The mind sees that mistakes are information, not indictments. Emotional resilience strengthens as a result. This approach also improves relationships. When judgmental thinking towards self decreases, judgment toward others often decreases as well. Communication becomes clearer, empathetic, and less reactive. Interpersonal conflicts are approached analytically rather than defensively, fostering better collaboration and understanding. Consistent application builds trust with oneself. Each instance of curiosity reinforces the belief that challenges and mistakes can be managed thoughtfully. This trust reduces anxiety about performance, enhances confidence, and supports consistent decision-making. The individual becomes an observer and guide of their own mind, rather than a harsh enforcer. The process is gradual and cumulative. Early attempts may feel unnatural. Self-judgment has been reinforced over years and resists change. Persistence is essential. Over time, curiosity becomes habitual and honest self-review becomes automatic. Emotional reactivity decreases while awareness, clarity, and control increase. Curiosity also transforms setbacks into learning opportunities. Instead of internalizing failure as a threat to identity, each challenge becomes a source of information. The individual asks, "What can I learn? What would I do differently next time?" This reframing turns obstacles into practical knowledge rather than emotional punishment. Self-judgment is replaceable with curiosity, and honest self-review is an active choice that strengthens understanding and capability. Repeatedly applying these principles transforms the inner landscape, increases clarity, and improves decision-making over time. The mind shifts from critical and reactive to thoughtful and responsive. Through daily practice, curiosity and honest self-review become a powerful framework for growth, resilience, and meaningful personal transformation. Part 4. Healing and Growth. Chapter 9. Triggers as teachers. Turning pain into power with calm intention. What if the things that hurt you could also heal you? We all have them. Moments that light fire inside us. Words that sting deeper than they should. Situations that make our heart race, our voice shake, or our mind shut down. These are triggers. And while they feel like enemies, they are actually messengers. Self-therapy teaches you to stop fearing your triggers and start learning from them. Let us break it down. A trigger is not the problem. It is just a spark, an emotional flashback to an old wound. Someone criticizes you. You are not just reacting to them. You are reacting to a memory of not feeling good enough. Someone leaves you unread. You are not just annoyed. You are reliving a fear of abandonment. The trigger is current, but the pain is old. The power comes in noticing this, naming it, then breaking the cycle. Unlike trauma that stems from physical danger, many emotional triggers come from psychological wounds, not being seen, not being heard, not being chosen, being blamed, being neglected. When something in the present reminds you of that wound, even subtly, your nervous system says, alert, danger, protect. That is why triggers feel irrational, because they are not about logic. They are about survival, but survival mode is not where healing happens. Self-therapy invites you to move into awareness. Instead, triggers are moments when the mind reacts automatically to people, events, or situations, often with intensity and judgment. They are not the events themselves, but the internal interpretation of those events. Most people are unaware of their triggers until the reaction has already escalated, leaving them feeling out of control, frustrated, or drained. Observing triggers and responding with calm intention transforms these moments from chaos into opportunity. This practice requires awareness, patience, and disciplined self-reflection, because triggers are deeply embedded in thought, emotion, and habit. The first step is noticing physical, emotional, and mental cues that signal a trigger. The body often reacts before the mind fully registers the situation. Tight shoulders, increased heart rate, shallow breathing, or tension in the stomach indicate that the nervous system has perceived threat or discomfort. Emotions rise quickly and can dominate reasoning if not observed. By becoming aware of these early signals, the individual gains a window of choice before automatic reaction takes over. Emotional observation must be precise. Instead of labeling feelings broadly as anger or fear, it helps to describe them with specificity. This can include noting intensity, location in the body, and associated thoughts. This level of awareness interrupts automatic escalation. It allows the mind to see the response as information rather than truth. Emotional signals are indicators to pause and reflect, not commands to react impulsively. Once a trigger is noticed, intentional response becomes possible. A habitual reaction might be lashing out, withdrawing, or ruminating. These automatic responses are often habitual and unhelpful. Responding with calm intention involves taking a brief pause, regulating the breath, and choosing the next step with clarity. Even a few seconds of conscious breathing can reduce the intensity of the response and create mental space. The mind often interprets triggers as personal attacks. Awareness of this tendency is essential. Recognizing that triggers often reflect internal conditioning rather than external facts reduces reactivity. For example, a critical comment may provoke shame, not because the comment is devastating, but because of past experiences that have associated criticism with danger. Observation separates past conditioning from present reality. Intentional response includes asking guiding questions. What is actually happening? What can I control in this moment? What action aligns with my values rather than impulsive emotion? These questions shift attention from automatic reaction to thoughtful decision-making. The nervous system begins to settle as focus moves from threat to solution. Calm intention does not mean passivity or denial. It is the deliberate choice of action that aligns with long-term goals rather than immediate impulses. For example, instead of responding to anger with confrontation, one might acknowledge the feeling, state the need calmly, or choose to disengage until clarity returns. Action is still present, but it is guided by reasoning rather than reflex. Triggers will continue to appear, but the response gradually shifts from chaos to control. Early attempts may feel effortful and require conscious attention. Over time, calm intention becomes habitual. The mind begins to anticipate triggers and prepare responses automatically, reducing stress and emotional disruption. Documentation enhances awareness. Writing down triggers, circumstances, emotional responses, and chosen actions creates a record for analysis. Patterns become visible, allowing identification of recurring triggers and habitual reactions. This insight allows preemptive strategies such as preparation or boundary adjustments to minimize unnecessary emotional strain. Triggers are often intertwined with beliefs and assumptions. Observing them provides insight into internal frameworks that drive automatic responses. Questions like, "Why does this upset me so strongly?" or "What belief is being challenged?" reveal hidden mental constructs. Awareness of these constructs allows intentional re-evaluation and adjustment of thought patterns over time. Physical regulation supports calm response. Simple strategies such as deep diaphragmatic breathing, grounding in the body, or slow movement help reduce autonomic arousal. When the body calms, cognitive clarity improves. The combination of physical regulation and mental observation allows responses to be thoughtful and intentional. Emotional labeling is another effective tool. Naming the emotion accurately, frustration, disappointment, anxiety, rather than generalizing it as bad or wrong, reduces its power. Labeling is acknowledgement without judgment. This creates emotional distance, which supports rational decision-making and prevents escalation. Triggers also provide valuable feedback. They highlight boundaries, vulnerabilities, and areas where growth is needed. Thus, affirming them honestly, without self-criticism, allows learning rather than suffering. Each encounter becomes an opportunity to strengthen emotional regulation, understanding, and resilience. Consistency is essential. The mind will continue to react automatically at first. Observing and responding intentionally requires repeated effort. Every conscious pause, every mindful action reinforces the capacity for calm response. The nervous system gradually rewires towards stability and measured reactions. Triggers often occur in social contexts, making awareness of communication patterns vital. Responses can be verbal, nonverbal, or behavioral. Noticing tension in tone, body language, or assumptions about others' intentions prevents escalation and preserves relationships. Calm intention supports constructive engagement rather than conflict itself. Compassion is integral to this practice. Noticing triggers without judgment includes accepting that reactivity is human and habitual. Progress is measured in awareness and conscious response, not in perfection. Compassion reduces internal friction, which makes learning sustainable and strengthens emotional resilience. Intentional response also includes planning ahead for likely triggers. Awareness of specific scenarios that provoke stress allows preparation of responses, boundaries, or coping strategies. This foresight reduces the likelihood of being caught off guard and increases confidence in handling challenges calmly. Over time, the mind develops anticipatory insight. The individual begins to notice subtle cues before escalation occurs. Early recognition reduces the intensity of emotional spikes. Calm intention becomes easier and faster because the window for choice is extended. Observing triggers with curiosity rather than judgment transforms the inner dialogue. Instead of criticizing oneself for reacting, the mind engages in inquiry. What caused this reaction? How can I respond differently next time? This approach turns disruption into insight and emotional tension into learning. Trigger management also enhances overall mental clarity. Reduced automatic reactivity preserves cognitive resources. Decisions are more deliberate. Attention's focused on meaningful priorities rather than being hijacked by emotional responses. This supports long-term productivity, self-mastery, and emotional balance. The practice extends beyond immediate triggers. Awareness carries into planning, relationships, and self-reflection. The individual learns to anticipate patterns, manage expectations, and reinforce personal boundaries. Calm intention becomes a default mode, guiding interactions and decisions consistently. Ultimately, observing triggers and responding with calm intention strengthens self-control, emotional intelligence, and resilience. Life remains unpredictable. The mind responds with clarity and composure. Moments that once created turmoil become opportunities for learning, reflection, and steady action. Through consistent attention and deliberate practice, the individual transforms reactivity into mastery and builds a foundation for enduring mental and emotional stability. Here is a practical tool: the 4-step trigger healing process. When you feel triggered, pause and walk through these steps. 1. Feel it. Do not distract or numb. Notice the sensation: tight chest, clenched jaw, racing thoughts. This is the alarm bell. 2. Name it. Say it clearly. I feel dismissed. I feel unsafe. I feel not enough. Naming grounds the emotion. 3. Trace it. Ask, where have I felt this before? What memory or belief is being activated? 4. Reparent it. Speak to yourself like a wise inner parent would. You are safe now. You are allowed to feel this. This moment is not your past. This is how you interrupt the trigger. Not with force, but with compassion and clarity. Your triggers do not just show you where you hurt. They show you where you have not yet healed. They point to the boundaries you need, the insecurities you carry, the parts of you that need love, not judgment. So next time you are triggered, do not ask, what is wrong with me? Ask instead, what part of me is asking for care? That question alone can change your life. Here is a journaling prompt. The Trigger Tracker. Start this simple transformative practice. Every time you feel triggered, write down, what happened? What did I feel emotionally, physically? What belief did it touch? What did I need in that moment? Over time, you will see patterns. You will begin to predict your triggers and protect your peace. Not every trigger needs to be acted on. Sometimes the most powerful response is a pause, a breath, a step back, a choice to respond rather than react. Your growth is measured not by how perfect you are, but by how aware you become. Your triggers are not signs of failure. They are portals leading you back to parts of yourself you have abandoned. Self-therapy means choosing not to run from those parts, but to sit with them, to listen, to love. Because only when you face what hurts can you truly become whole. And remember, you are not too much. You are just finally feeling what was always there. That is not weakness. That is healing. Chapter 10. The Art of Forgiveness. Accepting the past to move forward. Forgiveness is not something we do for others. It is something we do for ourselves. Forgiveness is one of the most powerful tools you have in your self-therapy journey. It is a way to release the pain, anger, and resentment that keep you stuck in the past. Many people think forgiveness means excusing someone else's behavior, but true forgiveness is about freeing yourself from the burden of holding on to negative emotions. Forgiveness does not mean forgetting or condoning the wrong that was done. It simply means choosing to release the grip that the past has on you. Holding on to grudges or resentments takes a heavy toll on your mental and emotional health. When you carry this weight, it drains your energy and keeps you stuck in old stories of hurt and betrayal. The more you hold on to past hurts, the more you keep yourself tied to them. It is like carrying a heavy backpack full of rocks. Every step you take becomes harder. You may feel that forgiveness means you are letting someone off the hook, but the truth is, forgiveness sets you free. When you forgive, you stop allowing the past to dictate your present. You free yourself from the chains of anger, guilt, and pain that prevent you from moving forward. It is common to think that forgiveness is for the benefit of others. We may hold on to resentment, thinking it will somehow punish the person who hurt us, but in reality, holding on to anger only hurts. The person who wronged you may have moved on, while you remain trapped in your negative emotions. Forgiveness is not for the person who hurt you, it is for you. It is about reclaiming your peace, your freedom, and your emotional well-being. Forgiveness does not just heal the past, it creates space for healing in the present. When you forgive, you experience several benefits. Emotional freedom. You release the emotional burden of holding on to grudges, which brings relief and peace of mind. Improved relationships. When you forgive others, it clears the way for healthier, more authentic relationships, free from bitterness or resentment. Reduced stress. Holding on to anger and resentment keeps your nervous system on high alert. Forgiveness allows you to relax and reduce chronic stress, a clearer path to growth. Letting go of past hurts makes room for new opportunities, experiences, and personal growth. The past shapes who we are. It does not have to control how we live today. Many people carry weight from previous experiences, replaying mistakes, regrets, and painful events over and over in their minds. This replay often takes the form of denial, blaming others, or avoidance, creating a cycle of unresolved emotion and mental tension. Accepting past experiences without these defenses is a practice of clarity, freedom, and personal empowerment. Acceptance does not mean approval or forgetting what happened. It means acknowledging reality fully, observing it honestly, and letting it exist without resistance. Denial is the mind's attempt to protect itself from pain. By refusing to acknowledge what occurred, a person may temporarily feel relief. This relief is short-lived because unprocessed experiences linger in the subconscious, influencing thoughts, emotions, and behaviors unconsciously. Facing the past head-on reduces its hidden influence. Recognition of events as they happened is the first step toward liberation. Blame is another common response to difficult experiences. Assigning responsibility to others or circumstances temporarily alleviates personal discomfort, but it also reinforces a sense of victimhood. When blame dominates, the mind remains focused on what cannot be changed instead of what can be learned or applied. Accepting the past involves shifting from blame to observation, noticing what happened, how it affected the individual, and what insights can be drawn, creates constructive understanding rather than resentment. Avoidance works similarly. People often distract themselves with work, entertainment, or constant activity to evade emotional pain from past events. While distraction can provide temporary comfort, it prevents resolution and keeps unresolved experiences active in the background. Acceptance allows direct engagement with past events, creating mental space and reducing the subconscious burden. The mind and body feel lighter when avoidance is replaced with acknowledgement. Acceptance begins with noticing emotional responses without judgment. Memories of the past may trigger sadness, anger, shame, or regret. These emotions are valid signals, not indicators of weakness. Observing them calmly allows the mind to process without becoming overwhelmed. The individual develops a relationship with their history rather than a battle against it. Reflection is a critical tool for acceptance. Taking time to consider what happened, what decisions were made, and what external factors influenced outcomes builds understanding. This reflection is not about reliving events for punishment, but about gathering insight. Insight clarifies patterns, teaches lessons, and provides context for growth. The mind becomes a witness to the past, not a prisoner of it. Language used internally shapes perception of the past. Statements like, "I should have done differently," or "I was wrong," reinforce self-criticism. Replacing these with neutral observational language, such as "this event occurred," or "this was the situation at that time," reduces emotional intensity. Observational language promotes calm evaluation rather than repeated judgment. Acceptance also involves understanding limits. Many past events were influenced by factors beyond personal control, including other people's actions, societal conditions, or random circumstance. Acknowledging these limits reduces unnecessary self-blame. Responsibility is retained where appropriate, but unnecessary burden is released. This distinction is critical for mental clarity and balance. Integration is a step beyond recognition. Once events are acknowledged, they can be incorporated into the broader narrative of life. Past experiences provide data about tendencies, strengths, weaknesses, and values. Integration allows lessons to be applied to current decisions, enhancing resilience, self-awareness, and judgment. The past becomes informative rather than restrictive. Mindful presence is essential during this process. Dwelling in the past endlessly, even with acceptance, can lead to rumination. The goal is to notice, process, and learn while remaining grounded in the present. Daily practice of awareness anchors the mind in current reality, allowing the individual to apply insights constructively rather than being pulled into repetitive recollection. Forgiveness, where applicable, is part of acceptance. Forgiving others or oneself does not imply approval of harmful behavior. It removes unnecessary emotional attachment to past events. Forgiveness creates space for clear thought and reduces internal conflict. This practice is a tool for emotional freedom rather than moral judgment. Documenting experiences can support acceptance. Writing about past events, emotional responses, and personal reflections externalizes the mental load. It clarifies thoughts, organizes insights, and prevents unconscious rumination. Reviewing these notes periodically allows identification of growth trends, recurring challenges, and progress over time. Documented reflection reinforces habit and deepens learning. Patterns and recurring themes are often revealed through acceptance. Recognizing repeated mistakes or habitual responses provides opportunities for conscious change. Awareness allows the individual to break cycles that previously seemed inevitable. It transforms past experiences into practical guidance for growth. Acceptance also strengthens resilience. When the mind can face the past without denial, blame, or avoidance, it develops confidence in its capacity to handle difficulty. Emotional reactions to current stresses are less overwhelming because the individual has practiced engaging with uncomfortable material constructively. Boundaries play a role in protecting the process. Some past events may involve people who remain present in life. Respecting personal limits in communication, contact, or exposure ensures that revisiting past experiences does not create new harm. Acceptance is supported by creating conditions of safety during reflection. Consistency is vital. Acceptance is not a one-time act. Past events can resurface, often triggered by new experiences, memories, or stress. Each encounter is an opportunity to practice acknowledgement without resistance. Repeated engagement strengthens mental control, reduces emotional volatility, and reinforces clarity. Acceptance cultivates humility, and wisdom. Recognizing personal limitations, external influences, and the unpredictability of events reduces judgmental thinking. The individual gains perspective, as is able to approach life with realism rather than idealized expectation or harsh criticism. The practice fosters inner peace. Mental energy previously consumed by denial, blame, or avoidance is redirected toward constructive action. Emotional burden is lightened. The mind gains space for planning, reflection, and deliberate choice. Psychological stability strengthens, supporting all other areas of personal growth. Acceptance encourages self-compassion, understanding that mistakes, failures, and painful experiences are part of human life, allows the individual to approach past events without harshness. Compassion creates emotional safety and reinforces resilience. This mindset reduces repetitive mental suffering and increases clarity of thought. Daily engagement with acceptance can take many forms. Quiet reflection, journaling, meditation, or intentional conversation with oneself are all effective. What matters is consistent, honest, and calm acknowledgement of what occurred, paired with observation of the lessons learned and their relevance to current life. The process is cumulative. Each moment of acceptance builds a stronger relationship with reality and with the self. Emotional regulation improves, decision-making becomes clearer, and unnecessary internal conflict diminishes. The mind becomes a place of insight rather than repetition of old pain. Ultimately, accepting past experiences without denial, blame, or avoidance transforms memory into a resource. Events that once created suffering become sources of understanding, personal growth, and wisdom. This practice restores freedom from the mental chains of the past and establishes a foundation for clarity, resilience, and intentional living. By engaging fully with what happened, observing without judgment, and integrating lessons into daily life, the individual transforms past experiences from obstacles into tools for meaningful self-mastery. The process of forgiveness is not always easy, especially when the pain runs deep, but it is a process, a choice you make to free yourself from the past. Here are the steps to begin forgiving, even when it feels difficult. Acknowledge the pain. Before you can forgive, you must first allow yourself to feel the hurt, anger, or disappointment. It is important to honor your emotions and give yourself permission to grieve. Take responsibility for your own healing. Remember, forgiveness is about your peace, not about the other person. You are responsible for healing your own heart. Do not wait for the other person to apologize or change. You have the power to choose to forgive, whether they ask for it or not. Shift your perspective. Try to understand the other person's perspective. What might have been happening in their life that led to their actions? This does not excuse their behavior, but help you release the emotional charge and see them as human beings, not just the sum of their mistakes. Choose to let go. Forgiveness is a choice. You must decide that you no longer want to carry the burden of resentment. Imagine releasing the anger and consciously choose to let it go. Practice self-compassion. Be kind to yourself during this process. Forgiveness takes time, and it is normal to feel resistance. Forgive yourself for any feelings of anger, resentment, or judgment you have about the process. This is part of your healing journey. While forgiving others is powerful, self-forgiveness is equally important. You might have done things in the past that you regret, and those actions may weigh heavily on your heart. But to move forward in your life, you need to forgive yourself for past mistakes, failures, or shortcomings. Self-forgiveness does not mean you condone your past behavior. It means you accept it, learn from it, and release the guilt that holds you back. Here is how to practice self-forgiveness. Acknowledge the mistakes. Admit to yourself what happened without minimizing or denying it. Be honest with yourself about the pain it caused, both to you and others. Take responsibility. Accept responsibility for your actions and understand how they impacted your life and others. Taking ownership is the first step toward healing. Learn and grow. Ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? Every mistake holds a lesson. By learning from it, you turn it into a valuable part of your personal growth. Let go of shame and guilt. Shame and guilt are heavy emotions that keep you stuck in the past. Let go of these feelings and remind yourself that you are human and imperfect. You have the right to move forward and become a better version of yourself. Forgiveness is not a one-time event. It is an ongoing practice. You might need to forgive someone or yourself over and over again, but each time you forgive, you release a little more of the burden that weighs on you. Make forgiveness part of your daily routine. Every time a past hurt arises, remind yourself that you have the power to let it go. Each time you forgive, you free yourself from the chains of resentment, guilt, and anger. One of the most powerful tools for forgiveness is writing a forgiveness letter. This letter allows you to express your feelings, release the pain, and find peace. 1. Write a letter to the person who hurt you. In the letter, express all your feelings: anger, hurt, frustration. Be honest and raw. 2. Express your forgiveness. Tell the person that while you may never forget what happened, you choose to forgive them for your own peace. You are releasing the hold this situation has on you. 3. Reflect and release. After writing the letter, take a moment to reflect on what you have written. You may choose to keep it, destroy it, or simply hold it in your heart as a symbol of release. Here is a journaling prompt. Forgiveness practice. Reflect on the following. Who do I need to forgive in my life, including myself? What emotions are tied to this past hurt? How would my life change if I let go of these feelings and forgive? Write a forgiveness letter to yourself or the person you need to forgive, and set an intention to practice forgiveness daily. Forgiveness is not about excusing the wrongs done to you. It is about releasing the emotional hold that the past has over you. Forgiveness is an act of self-care, self-liberation, and healing. As you practice forgiveness, you will experience greater freedom, peace, and emotional resilience. Remember, forgiving others is the greatest gift you can give to yourself. Let go of the past. Choose freedom. Choose healing. Choose to forgive. Chapter 11. Strengthening boundaries. The silent language of self-respect and daily needs. You do not set boundaries to control others. You set them to honor yourself. There comes a moment in every healing journey when you realize it is not just about what you let in, it is also about what you no longer allow. This is where boundaries enter. They are not walls. They are doors, and you hold the key. Boundaries are not selfish. They are sacred. They say, I love you, and I love me too. Most people do not struggle with knowing what they want. They struggle with the guilt of asking for it. Maybe you were raised to believe saying no is rude, that your worth is tied to how much you do for others, or that making others uncomfortable is worse than betraying yourself. But here's the truth. Every time you say yes when you mean no, you abandon yourself, and every time you do that, you quietly teach others to do the same. Self-therapy helps you break that cycle. Boundaries do not need to be dramatic. They do not need to come with anger or explanation. Sometimes they sound like, I am not available for that. I would rather not discuss that. This does not work for me. I am taking time for myself. Clear, kind, firm. A boundary is not a request. It is a statement of truth. And people who benefit from your lack of boundaries, they will be the loudest when you finally set them. But not let that noise distract you. Let it confirm your growing. Repeat this with me. It is not your job to manage how others feel about your truth. Setting a boundary is not about controlling someone else. It is about protecting your own energy, time, and peace. If someone gets angry when you say no, it is often because they were benefiting from your silence. And if that relationship only survives by you constantly betraying yourself, it is not a relationship. It is a transaction. We often focus on boundaries with others. But what about the ones we set with yourself? The promise to rest instead of burnout, the discipline to stop doom scrolling, the commitment to speak to yourself with respect. These internal boundaries are the foundation. If you do not honor your own limits, why would anyone else? Boundaries are the invisible lines that protect mental energy, emotional stability, and personal growth. Many people underestimate their importance, believing boundaries are selfish or unnecessary. In reality, honoring personal needs consistently is the foundation of mental health. Without clear boundaries, the mind becomes scattered, stress increases, and relationships suffer. Strengthening boundaries is not about isolation or avoidance. It is about recognizing limits, acting with respect, and creating conditions where the self can thrive. Daily practice is required because boundaries weaken without attention and consistency. The first step in strengthening boundaries is identifying needs. Needs are not desires or whims. They are essential requirements for emotional balance, physical health, and cognitive clarity. Sleep, nutrition, focus, personal space, reflection time, and emotional replenishment are examples of fundamental needs. Many people ignore these in pursuit of productivity, social approval, or avoidance of conflict. Ignoring needs erodes stability. Honoring them sends a clear signal to the nervous system that safety and value are prioritized. Once needs are identified, boundaries are formed by deciding what will be protected. This requires honesty. Without honesty, boundaries are symbolic rather than functional. For example, if rest is a need, a boundary may include refusing additional tasks late in the evening. If personal reflection is a need, it might involve reserving time without interruptions. Boundaries are created by translating abstract needs into concrete limits. Consistency is essential. A boundary enforced once, then ignored, sends a mixed message to both the self and others. The nervous system becomes uncertain and stress increases. Repeated enforcement builds trust internally and externally. Others begin to respect the limits set when they are applied reliably. The individual learns that protection of self is sustainable and effective. Boundaries also require clear communication. They are ineffective if unspoken. Expressing limits does not require justification or defensiveness. Simple and direct statements are most effective. This may involve stating availability, time limits, or emotional capacity. Clarity reduces misinterpretation and conflict. It also reinforces self-respect. Daily practice is crucial because life continuously tests boundaries. Social demands, professional responsibilities, and internal impulses all challenge limits. Each decision to honor a boundary strengthens resilience. Each compromise without necessity weakens stability. Strength is built in small moments, repeated consistently. Boundaries are not static. They change with circumstances, growth, and capacity. A regular review ensures that limits remain appropriate. Needs evolve and routines shift. Flexibility does not mean surrender. It means alignment. The boundaries should always serve the core goal, maintaining mental and emotional equilibrium. Internal resistance often appears when establishing boundaries. Feelings of guilt, fear of rejection, or obligation arise naturally. These emotions are signals, not commands. They indicate a choice that challenges comfort zones. The presence of discomfort is expected. Discipline is acting despite it. Each time the self chooses to honor a need despite emotional resistance, the mind becomes stronger, more grounded, and more capable of making conscious decisions. Boundaries reduce mental clutter by limiting unnecessary demands. Focus becomes sharper. Decision fatigue is lowered. Emotional energy is conserved for essential priorities. The mind operates more efficiently when boundaries create structure. This is especially critical during high-stress periods or when facing long-term challenges. Respecting boundaries requires monitoring personal responses. The mind and body provide feedback when limits are crossed. Fatigue, irritability, or resentment are signals. Ignoring these signs gradually erodes resilience. Acting promptly to restore balance reinforces the boundary. Self-awareness is the lens through which enforcement occurs. Without it, limits remain theoretical. Boundaries protect identity. Without them, external expectations dictate choices. Over time, personal goals and values are compromised. By honoring needs daily, identity is maintained and reinforced. Stability rises from alignment between actions and internal principles. This alignment reduces internal conflict and increases confidence in decision-making. Boundaries are also proactive. Waiting until stress reaches a peak makes enforcement reactive and less effective. Anticipating challenges, scheduling essential time, and preemptively communicating limits ensures sustainability. Preventive boundary setting strengthens control over the day rather than leaving it to external demands. Boundaries support emotional clarity. When needs are honored, the mind is less likely to react impulsively or be overwhelmed by others' demands. Calmness and patience increase. Emotional responses become intentional rather than reflexive. This clarity is essential for problem-solving, relationship management, and consistent personal growth. Daily rituals reinforce boundaries. Scheduling fixed periods for rest, reflection, exercise, or focused work signals to the mind that limits are non-negotiable. Repetition strengthens habit. Habit reduces the need for constant deliberation, making adherence almost automatic. Over time, internal resistance diminishes because consistency produces predictability and security. Boundaries also enhance relationships. When individuals honor themselves, interactions become clearer and more honest. Others are less likely to overstep and more likely to respect limits. Communication improves because interactions occur from a position of stability rather than exhaustion or reactivity. Setting boundaries is not about controlling others. It is about controlling oneself and creating conditions for healthy engagement. External responses may vary, but internal authority remains. Confidence grows with every choice that honors personal limits, despite external pressure. Boundaries also protect mental and emotional recovery. Without enforced limits, the mind rarely receives time to rest, process, or heal. Regularly honoring personal needs ensures the nervous system has space to recover from stress and challenges. This recovery sustains long-term stability and prevents cumulative burnout. Boundaries require reflection. At the end of each day, reviewing choices to honor needs reinforces learning. Successful enforcement strengthens trust in self. Lapses provide insight into where adjustment or additional clarity is needed. Reflection consolidates growth. Resisting social pressure is often the hardest test of boundaries. Saying no, prioritizing solitude, or limiting engagement can feel uncomfortable initially. This discomfort is temporary. Each act of respect for oneself expands internal authority and reduces dependency on external validation. The process is cumulative. Small daily actions compound over time. Each respected boundary adds a layer of protection, mental strength, and emotional clarity. Over months, the individual becomes increasingly resilient, self-aware, and capable of navigating challenges without compromise of core needs. Daily honor of personal needs transforms the mind from reactive to deliberate. Boundaries become automatic guides rather than arbitrary rules. Life retains unpredictability, but the individual operates from a position of internal stability. This practice creates freedom through structure, strength through discipline, and clarity through consistent self-respect. The understanding that emerges is simple but profound. Honoring personal needs every day is not intelligence. It is essential. Boundaries are the framework through which mental health, emotional stability, and personal growth are protected. Through daily attention and practice, the individual gradually develops authority over self, clarity in action, and strength in facing life's challenges. Here is a tool, the boundary blueprint. 1. Identify the leak. Where in your life do you feel resentment, dread, or exhaustion? That is where a boundary is needed. 2. Get specific. What behavior is crossing the line? What do you need instead? Example: I feel drained when I get last-minute work tasks after 6 o'clock a.m. p.m. I need my evenings respected. 3. Communicate clearly. Use I statements. Be direct, not defensive. Example: I am unavailable for work messages after 6 p.m. I will respond next morning. 4. Hold the line. People may test it. Stand firm with calm consistency. Boundaries are not one-time declarations. They are habits of self-honor. Here is a journaling prompt. My boundary inventory. Write down: where do I feel drained or taken advantage of? Where have I been betraying my own needs? What is one boundary I can set this week to protect my peace? Then write the exact sentence you would use to express it out loud or in writing. Boundaries are not about pushing others away. They are about bringing yourself closer to who you truly are. They are acts of self-love, self-trust, self-ownership. Every time you set one, you say, I am no longer available for a life that costs me my peace. And that, my friend, is not just therapy, it is transformation. Chapter 12. Healing emotional wounds. Through consistent self-care practices, emotional wounds accumulate over time from experiences that overwhelm the mind, challenge expectations, or create deep disappointment. These wounds are often invisible, yet profoundly influence daily life, shaping behavior, thoughts, and relationships. Healing them requires more than reflection or avoidance. It requires consistent self-care practices that actively nurture, replenish, and stabilize the mind and body. Self-care is not indulgence or luxury. It is a deliberate, ongoing commitment to support emotional recovery and build resilience. Without this commitment, old pain continues to influence decisions, trigger reactions, and limit personal growth. The first step in healing is acknowledgement. Many people avoid confronting emotional wounds because of fear, shame, or discomfort. Pretending they do not exist delays recovery. Honest recognition of pain is essential. This involves observing feelings associated with past and present experiences, accepting their presence without judgment, and understanding that these feelings are natural human responses. Acknowledgement creates a foundation for intentional action rather than passive suffering. Consistent self-care begins with establishing routines that address emotional, mental, and physical needs. Sleep, nutrition, hydration, and exercise directly influence emotional stability. Physical neglect amplifies emotional vulnerability, making wounds more sensitive and reactions more extreme. By consistently maintaining physical health, the body supports the mind's ability to process and heal emotional pain effectively. Daily reflection is another critical practice. Setting aside time to observe thoughts and feelings provides clarity about patterns and triggers. Journaling, meditation, or quiet contemplation allows the mind to process events that may otherwise remain unresolved. Reflection is not about rumination or self-criticism, but about understanding and releasing emotional weight. Consistency ensures that insights accumulate over time, gradually reducing the intensity of lingering wounds. Self-compassion is central to emotional healing. Responding to one's own pain with understanding rather than judgment creates a safe internal environment. Harsh criticism, blame, or internal pressure often reinforces wounds instead of resolving them. Compassionate self-care might include kind internal dialogue, affirmations, or deliberate pauses to nurture oneself during moments of distress. This practice strengthens resilience and gradually replaces negative self-beliefs with supportive ones. Boundaries support the healing process by limiting exposure to situations or people that exacerbate pain. Emotional wounds are often triggered or intensified by repeated exposure to harmful dynamics. Protecting mental space ensures that energy is available for recovery rather than constant defense. Boundaries are not punitive, but protective, providing the conditions necessary for consistent self-care to take root. Engaging in restorative activities reinforces emotional healing. Activities that provide calm, focus, or creative expression allow the mind to reset. This can include reading, walking, artistic expression, listening to music, or practicing mindfulness exercises. Consistent engagement creates an environment where the nervous system can stabilize and emotional regulation improves over time. These practices reduce reactivity and increase inner calm. Acknowledging progress, even in small steps, reinforces motivation. Emotional healing is gradual, and visible change may be slow. Recognizing small improvements, such as increased patience, reduced reactivity, or the ability to reflect calmly, affirms that consistent self-care has tangible effects. Celebrating these milestones encourages persistence and reinforces habits. Active processing of emotions is also necessary. Suppressing feelings or distracting oneself temporarily delays healing. Techniques such as focused breathing, labeling emotions, or guided meditation help release tension and promote understanding. This processing allows emotions to exist without dominating thought, preventing escalation and promoting clarity. Connection with supportive individuals enhances recovery. Sharing experiences with trusted friends, mentors, or support groups allows validation and reduces isolation. While healing is an internal process, external reinforcement provides encouragement, perspective, and accountability. Social engagement becomes restorative rather than draining when boundaries and emotional awareness are maintained. Mindfulness supports consistent self-care by keeping attention anchored in the present moment. Past wounds or future worries often amplify emotional distress. Mindfulness encourages observation without judgment, allowing the individual to experience emotions without becoming overwhelmed. Regular practice increases emotional intelligence and strengthens the ability to respond thoughtfully rather than reactively. Setting realistic expectations is important. Emotional healing is not linear, and progress can fluctuate. Some days may feel regressive, while others demonstrate significant growth. Accepting these fluctuations prevents discouragement and maintains commitment to self-care. Patience, combined with consistency, ensures that progress continues over the long term. Physical activity plays a role in regulating emotions. Movement stimulates neurotransmitters that improve mood and reduce stress. Regular exercise, even moderate, contributes to the body's ability to handle emotional strain, reduces tension, and promotes a sense of agency. Consistency amplifies these benefits, supporting mental and emotional stability simultaneously. Self-care also includes managing external stimuli. Overexposure to negative media, stressful social interactions, or overwhelming responsibilities can hinder emotional recovery. Deliberate curation of daily input, including social media, news, and entertainment, protects mental space and preserves energy for healing practices. Developing rituals reinforces habit formation. Rituals create predictable structures that guide the mind and body through self-care automatically. Morning or evening routines, schedule reflection periods, and regular restorative practices reduce decision fatigue and ensure that care is consistent even when motivation fluctuates. Repetition solidifies habit and strengthens resilience. Emotional wounds often carry associated negative beliefs. Consistent self-care practices provide a foundation for challenging and reframing these beliefs. By observing their influence on behavior, testing assumptions, and applying corrective experiences, the mind gradually replaces outdated narratives with balanced, constructive perspectives. This transformation reduces the intensity of old wounds and encourages adaptive thinking. Gratitude practice supports healing by shifting focus from pain to awareness of positive aspects of life. Simple daily acknowledgement of what is functioning well in the present reinforces emotional stability. Gratitude does not erase wounds, but provides a perspective that prevents them from dominating consciousness. It fosters optimism and reinforces resilience. Reflection, paired with planning, reinforces self-care. Observing emotional patterns and deciding deliberate actions for the future creates a proactive approach to healing. Planning allows the individual to anticipate challenges, schedule restorative practices, and respond to triggers effectively. The mind moves from reactive cycles to deliberate management, increasing stability and reducing vulnerability. Long-term healing requires integrating self-care into identity. Viewing self-care as optional limits its effectiveness. When consistent practices are internalized as essential elements of personal growth, they become automatic and sustainable. The mind and body learn to expect nourishment, support, and protection as standard rather than occasional indulgence. Ultimately, healing emotional wounds through consistent self-care practices transforms suffering into growth. Pain remains a source of insight and resilience rather than a limiting force. Daily commitment to nurturing the body, mind, and emotions gradually restores equilibrium, strengthens emotional intelligence, and enhances the ability to navigate life with stability over time. Consistent self-care requires habitual responses to stress, reduces the influence of past wounds, and creates a foundation for enduring personal growth, clarity, and well-being. Chapter 13. Creating safe routines and daily habits for inner balance. Mental stability is not created by motivation or willpower alone. It is built quietly through structure. When life feels unpredictable, the mind searches for certainty. Safe routines provide that certainty without requiring emotional effort. They reduce decision fatigue, lower anxiety, and create a steady rhythm that the nervous system can rely on. Many people wait until they feel calm before building routines. Stability works the other way around. Routines create calm. A safe routine is not rigid or extreme. It is simple, predictable, and supportive. It does not demand perfection. It offers consistency. The mind relaxes when it knows what comes next. This relaxation frees mental energy for problem solving, creativity, and emotional regulation. Without routines, the mind must constantly adapt and react. Over time, this leads to exhaustion and emotional volatility. Mental instability often comes from too many variables. Irregular sleep, inconsistent meals, unpredictable work patterns, and constant stimulation keep the nervous system alert. Alertness over long periods becomes anxiety. Safe routines reduce these variables. They create anchor points in the day that signal safety and order. These anchors do not need to be complex. Even small repeated actions can stabilize the mind. The foundation of stabilizing routine is predictability. Waking at a similar time, eating at regular intervals, and having a consistent wind-down period at night regulate the body clock. The body influences the mind more than most people realize. When the body feels regulated, emotions follow more easily. Discipline at the physical levels supports balance at the mental level. Another important element is simplicity. Routines that are too ambitious collapse quickly. Safe routines are easy to maintain, even on difficult days. This builds trust with oneself. Each completed routine reinforces the belief that stability is possible. Missed routines should be resumed without self-criticism. Consistency matters more than intensity. Morning routines set the tone for the day. A calm start reduces reactivity later. This does not require long rituals. Simple actions such as stretching, breathing, washing the face, and a few moments of quiet reflection prepare the nervous system. Avoiding immediate exposure to intense information protects mental clarity. The mind benefits from gentle activation rather than shock. Daily routines should include moments of rest. Continuous productivity destabilizes the mind. Short breaks taken intentionally prevent emotional buildup. Rest does not mean distraction. It means allowing mind to settle. Walking, sitting quietly, or focusing on the breath are effective forms of rest. These moments reset attention and reduce tension. Safe routines also include boundaries around stimulation. Constant noise, screens, and information overload overwhelm the nervous system. Creating predictable periods of reduced input restores balance. This might mean limiting news, checking settings specific times for messages, or having screen-free periods. These boundaries protect attention and emotional energy. Evening routines are especially important for mental stability. The transition from activity to rest should be gradual. Sudden shifts keep the mind alert. Dimming lights, reducing stimulation, and engaging in calming activities prepare the body for sleep. Sleep quality directly affects emotional regulation. Stable sleep supports stable mood. Routines also support identity. Repeated actions shape self-perception. A person who maintains routines sees themselves as reliable and grounded. This perception reduces anxiety during uncertainty. Identity built on routine is resilient because it does not depend on outcomes. Safe routines should be flexible enough to adapt to change. Life will disrupt schedules occasionally. Stability comes from returning to routine rather than rigid adherence. The ability to resume without frustration is a sign of mental strength. Another stabilizing aspect is including activities that provide a sense of completion. Small tasks finished daily give the mind closure. This reduces lingering mental clutter. Writing a short list and completing it creates order. Order calms the mind. Routines also help manage emotional lows during periods of sadness or stress. Routines carry the individual forward when motivation is low. This prevents stagnation. Action leads emotion rather than waiting for emotion to change first. Social routines can also support stability. Regular check-ins with supportive people create connection without emotional intensity. Predictable interaction reduces loneliness and uncertainty. These interactions should feel safe and respectful. Safe routines are personal. What stabilizes one person may overwhelm another. The goal is to notice which actions create calm and which create tension. Adjusting routines based on this observation improves effectiveness. Self-awareness guides structure. It is helpful to start with 1 or 2 routines rather than redesigning the entire day. Small wins build confidence. Once routines feel natural, additional structure can be added. Growth is gradual. Routines also protect against impulsive behavior. When the day has structure, decisions are fewer. 14 or 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 14 or. There may be resistance at first. The mind associates routine with restriction. In reality, routine creates freedom. It reduces chaos and supports choice. Freedom without structure often leads to instability. Safe routines do not eliminate emotion. They create a stable container for emotion. Feelings can be experienced without overwhelming the system. This balance allows healing. Over time, routines become automatic. Automatic actions require less effort. This frees attention for meaningful engagement. Mental stability becomes the default rather than the exception. Stability is built through repeated safe actions. Routines are not boring, they are protective. They create a foundation where growth can occur without collapse. By choosing structure intentionally, the individual creates an environment where the mind can rest, focus, and recover. Committing to daily habits that support inner balance is one of the most effective ways to create stability in life. Inner balance is not a passive state. It is the result of deliberate, repeated actions that nurture mental, emotional, and physical well-being. Many people search for balance externally, expecting circumstances or others to provide calm and stability, but true balance comes from consistent self-directed practice. Daily habits shape thoughts, reactions, and energy, creating a foundation for resilience, clarity, and focused action. The first step is identifying habits that directly influence balance. This requires honest reflection on what supports calm and what disrupts it. Habits that consistently produce stress, overwhelm, or distraction should be minimized, while those that encourage clarity, calm, and regulation should be prioritized. Each habit acts as a building block, and the cumulative effect creates a stable internal environment. Over time, consistency is essential because balance is maintained through repeated action. Sporadic efforts produce temporary calm, but daily habits integrate stability into the nervous system. Repetitions strengthens mental pathways, reinforces self-discipline, and creates predictability in both thought and behavior. Predictable routines reduce cognitive load, freeing energy for deliberate choice and problem-solving. Mindfulness practices are highly effective for sustaining inner balance. Spending even a few minutes each day in focused awareness, observing thoughts without judgment, strengthens emotional regulation. Mindfulness anchors attention in the present, reduces rumination, and allows emotional responses to become measured rather than reactive. Regular mindfulness builds the mental resilience necessary for navigating daily challenges calmly. Physical activity contributes directly to inner balance. Exercise releases endorphins, improves circulation, and regulates energy levels. Whether through stretching, walking, yoga, or moderate cardio, movement reduces tension and increases body awareness. Physical habits reinforce emotional stability by providing a channel for energy release, improving mood, and supporting clarity of thought. Sleep and rest are foundational habits for balance. Adequate, consistent sleep allows the brain and body to process information, regulate emotions, and repair tissue. Chronic sleep disruption increases irritability, reduces cognitive function, and diminishes resilience. Prioritizing rest is not optional. It is a necessary habit for maintaining equilibrium in mind and body. Nutrition plays a subtle but crucial role. Habits around eating that focus on nourishment rather than convenience support energy regulation, mood stability, and mental clarity. Consuming balanced meals at regular intervals stabilizes blood sugar, reduces fatigue, and minimizes emotional volatility. Nutritional consistency strengthens both physical and emotional resilience. Structured daily reflection strengthens internal awareness, reviewing thoughts, behaviors, and emotional responses allows recognition of patterns that support or undermine balance. Journaling, meditation, or quiet contemplation enhances self-knowledge and provides insight into necessary adjustments. Regular reflection reinforces proactive self-management rather than reactive cycles. Setting clear boundaries is another essential habit. Daily practice of honoring personal limits protects energy and maintains emotional equilibrium. This includes limiting exposure to toxic interactions, saying no to excessive demands, and creating time for restoration. Boundaries are not restrictive. They are protective structures that ensure consistency and mental clarity. Breathing exercises are simple yet powerful tools. Consistently practicing deliberate, controlled breathing helps regulate the nervous system, reduce stress, and maintain focus. Even brief sessions during moments of tension restore calm, demonstrating the effectiveness of small repeated habits in sustaining balance throughout the day. Gratitude practice supports emotional equilibrium. Daily recognition of positive elements in life shifts attention from scarcity or complaint to appreciation. Simple acknowledgement of accomplishments, relationships, or personal strengths reinforces mental stability and fosters resilience. Gratitude habituates the mind toward balance and reduces the influence of negative or anxious thinking. Time management is a behavioral habit that indirectly supports inner balance. Structuring daily activities, allocating time for priorities, and avoiding overcommitment reduces chaos and stress. Deliberate scheduling creates a sense of control, prevents overwhelm, and ensures time is devoted to restorative and productive actions. Consistently limiting distractions reinforces focus and reduces mental fragmentation. Creating daily habits that minimize interruptions, regulate technology use, and prioritize attention strengthens cognitive stability. Reduce external noise allows the mind to engage fully with tasks and internal processes, reinforcing a steady, balanced state. Intentional pauses throughout the day support equilibrium. Brief breaks for breathing, reflection, or physical movement interrupt stress, accumulation, and restore perspective. Consistently integrating pauses ensures that energy and attention remain regulated, preventing reactive behaviors or emotional depletion. Small, repeated moments of intentional pause compound into significant stability over time. Self-compassion is a habit that strengthens internal resilience. Responding to mistakes, setbacks, or discomfort with understanding rather than judgment preserves emotional balance. Daily reinforcement of compassionate self-talk reduces inner conflict and maintains a stable perspective, supporting rational action and long-term growth. Visualization exercises reinforce calm, focus, and clarity. Daily practice of imagining constructive outcomes, calm responses to stress, or balanced problem-solving conditions the mind for intentional action. Mental rehearsal strengthens belief and capability and reduces reactivity in actual situations, creating a consistent internal framework for balance. Environmental habits influence inner state, maintaining organized, clean, and supportive surroundings reduces cognitive clutter and supports emotional stability. Daily attention to the environment, even in small ways, reinforces consistency and reduces stress triggers. External order promotes internal calm. Learning-oriented habits contribute to balance by fostering growth without attachment to outcome. Daily engagement with knowledge, skills, or reflection enhances confidence, reinforces competence, and reduces fear of uncertainty. Growth-focused habits cultivate resilience. Maintaining a stable mindset even in unpredictable circumstances. Integration of restorative activities is critical. Regular engagement with reading, art, nature, or creative practice sustains mental and emotional equilibrium. Daily commitment ensures that restoration is not occasional but a predictable part of life, reinforcing stability and promoting long-term well-being. Ultimately, committing to daily habits that support inner balance transforms life experience. The mind becomes less reactive. Emotions are regulated and decisions are guided by clarity rather than impulse. Consistent practices cultivate resilience, focus, and calm presence, creating a foundation for personal growth and meaningful action. By embedding supportive habits into everyday, balance becomes self-sustaining, and the individual gains the capacity to navigate challenges with stability, intentionality, and enduring inner strength. Chapter 14. Developing emotional resilience. Facing discomfort consistently. Emotional resilience is not something a person is born with or given by circumstance. It is built through repeated exposure to discomfort, handled with awareness and control. Many people spend their lives trying to avoid discomfort, believing that comfort equals safety. In reality, constant avoidance weakens emotional strength. The mind becomes sensitive, reactive, and easily overwhelmed. Resilience grows only when discomfort is faced in small, deliberate, and consistent ways. Discomfort is any experience that creates internal resistance. It can be fear, uncertainty, boredom, embarrassment, effort, or emotional pain. These experiences are part of life and cannot be removed completely. What can change is the response to them. Emotional resilience is the ability to remain steady, present, and functional while discomfort is happening. It does not mean enjoying difficulty. It means not being controlled by it. Avoidance falls protective in the moment. The mind seeks relief and chooses the fastest escape. This relief is temporary. Avoidance teaches the nervous system that discomfort is dangerous. Over time, even minor stress triggers strong reactions. Facing discomfort consistently teaches the opposite lesson. It teaches that discomfort is survivable, temporary, and manageable. This lesson builds confidence at a deep level. Facing discomfort does not mean forcing extreme challenges. Growth happens through manageable exposure. Small, voluntary discomfort, practiced regularly, is more effective than rare, intense experiences. Simple examples include doing a task that feels mentally demanding, having a difficult conversation, sitting with an uncomfortable emotion without distraction, or maintaining focus when the urge to escape appears. These moments train emotional endurance. Consistency is the key factor. Occasional bravery does not build resilience. repeated practice does. Each time discomfort is faced and endured, the nervous system adapts. The threshold for stress increases. What once felt overwhelming becomes tolerable. What was tolerable becomes manageable. This progression is gradual but reliable. The mind often exaggerates discomfort before it happens. Anticipation creates more distress than the experience itself. Facing discomfort repeatedly corrects this distortion. Experience replaces imagination. The individual learns through direct evidence that they can handle more than expected. This evidence is more powerful than reassurance or positive thinking. One useful approach is to identify daily opportunities for discomfort that align with values. These are not random hardships, but intentional challenges that support growth. For example, speaking honestly when it feels awkward, maintaining discipline when motivation is low, or staying present during emotional discomfort instead of numbing. Each choice strengthens emotional capacity. Staying present during discomfort is critical. Discomfort avoided mentally still weakens resilience. The practice involves noticing bodily sensations, thoughts, and emotions without escaping. Attention is anchored in the present moment. Breathing remains steady. The individual observes rather than resists. Resistance amplifies pain. Observation reduces it. There will be moments when discomfort triggers strong emotions. The goal is not to suppress these emotions. It is to allow them without acting impulsively. This separation between feeling and behavior is the core of resilience. Motions can rise and fall without dictating action. Self-talk during discomfort matters. Harsh internal language increases suffering. Calm, firm guidance supports endurance. Reminding oneself that discomfort is temporary and meaningful helps maintain control. This is not self-encouragement, but self-command. Facing discomfort also builds trust in oneself. Each time a person chooses to stay rather than escape, they reinforce self-reliability. This trust becomes a stabilizing force. The individual knows they can face difficulty without collapsing. This knowledge reduces fear of future challenges. Resilience also improves emotional recovery. Discomfort faced directly leaves less residue. Avoided discomfort lingers and accumulates. Facing it allows the nervous system to complete its stress cycle. Recovery becomes faster. Emotional balance returns more quickly. It is important to distinguish between productive discomfort and harmful stress. Productive discomfort challenges capacity without causing damage. Harmful stress overwhelms without recovery. Resilience grows when discomfort is balanced with rest. Pushing without rest leads to burnout. Rest without challenge leads to stagnation. Balance is required. Daily life provides enough opportunities. No special conditions are needed. Waiting in silence without checking a device, completing a task without distraction, accepting criticism without defensiveness, or sitting with sadness without escape are all forms of practice. These moments often go unnoticed, but they shape emotional strength. Facing discomfort also increases clarity. When discomfort is avoided, decisions are made from fear. When discomfort is faced, decisions align more closely with values. Fear loses its control. Choice expands. This practice also reduces sensitivity to external events. Resilient individuals are less reactive to criticism, uncertainty, and change. They respond thoughtfully rather than emotionally. This does not mean detachment. It means grounded engagement. There will be days when avoidance wins. This is part of the process. Resilience is not built through perfection. It is built through return. Each return strengthens discipline. Self-respect grows from effort, not outcome. Facing discomfort consistently reshapes identity. The individual begins to see themselves as capable, steady, and composed. This identity supports future challenges. Confidence becomes rooted in experience rather than hope. Stoic philosophy emphasizes voluntary hardship as training, not because hardship is good, but because preparation is wise. Comfort does not prepare the mind for uncertainty. Practice does. Over time, discomfort loses its threat. It becomes information. The body remains calmer. The mind remains clearer. Emotional waves pass without causing damage. Emotional resilience is built through daily choices to face what is uncomfortable without drama or escape. Each moment of endurance strengthens the nervous system and the will. Through consistent practice, discomfort becomes a teacher rather than an enemy. This is how emotional strength is earned and maintained. Chapter 15. Training your mind. Daily focus exercises for clarity and presence. Training the mind requires deliberate effort because attention is one of the most valuable and easily scattered resources. In modern life, constant stimuli and distractions make focused thinking increasingly rare. The ability to concentrate deeply on a task, thought, or objective is not innate. It is developed through practice. Daily focus exercises strengthen mental clarity, improve decision-making, and enhance emotional regulation. Consistency is critical because focus, like a muscle, grows stronger through repeated use. Each session reinforces neural pathways, creating a mind capable of sustained attention and precise thought. The first principle of training focus is intentionality. Each exercise should have a defined purpose. Random or passive attempts to concentrate rarely yield results. Choosing specific tasks, whether reading, problem-solving, or meditative practice, provides the structure the mind needs. Intentional focus allows the individual to measure improvement and refine techniques over time. Breathing-based exercises are a simple yet powerful tool. Sitting quietly and counting breaths for a set period anchors attention to the present. Each time the mind wanders, gently returning focus to the breath strengthens awareness and trains persistence. This practice improves both cognitive control and emotional stability because the mind learns to notice distraction without judgment and return to chosen focus. Visualization enhances concentration and goal alignment. Imagining outcomes, processes, or steps required to complete a task engages the mind deeply. Mental rehearsal prepares the brain for execution and increases clarity in decision-making. Visualization is not mere daydreaming. It is structured practice that integrates imagination with attention, improving efficiency and reducing errors In real-world application, limiting multitasking is essential. Frequent task switching reduces cognitive performance and erodes the ability to focus. Focusing on a single activity at a time, even for short durations, develops stamina and precision in attention. Daily exercises that prioritize single-task engagement reinforce the habit of sustained concentration. Timed focus challenges provide measurable growth. Setting short intervals, such as 10 or 15 minutes, for concentrated work encourages discipline and sets achievable milestones. Over time, intervals are extended gradually, building endurance. This incremental approach reduces mental fatigue and strengthens neural pathways responsible for sustained attention. Mindful observation exercises support awareness and concentration simultaneously. Paying close attention to sensory details in a chosen environment trains the mind to notice subtleties without distraction. Observing colors, textures, sounds, or movement with deliberate attention develops both sensory acuity and the ability to maintain mental presence. These skills translate into improved focus across tasks and interactions. Journaling thoughts reinforces cognitive clarity. Writing without judgment or editing engages concentration while providing insight into habitual patterns of distraction. The act of documenting encourages the mind to organize ideas, prioritize, and reflect on attention allocation. Over time, journaling becomes both a tool for focus and a source of self-awareness. Physical activity supports mental focus by improving circulation, oxygenation, and energy regulation. Movement prepares the brain to concentrate effectively. Short walks, stretching routines, or deliberate physical exercises before focus sessions prime the nervous system and reduce mental fatigue. The combination of physical readiness and mental exercises amplifies overall cognitive performance. Progressive challenges enhance focus development. Starting with simple attention tasks, now gradually increasing complexity, allows the mind to adapt without overwhelming stress. Reading, problem-solving, memory exercises, or multifaceted mental tasks build mental endurance. Gradual progression prevents frustration and reinforces sustained engagement, making advanced concentration skills achievable over time. Digital discipline is critical in modern focus training. Notifications, social media, and constant alerts fragment attention. Deliberate periods of disconnection support deep work and reinforce the mind's capacity for sustained focus. Creating environments with minimal distractions enhances the effectiveness of daily exercises and strengthens habits of attention. Self-monitoring develops meta-awareness, the ability to notice not only external tasks, but also internal tendencies toward distraction. Reflecting on when and why attention wanders provides insight into triggers, habits, and environmental influences. This knowledge enables targeted strategies to improve concentration and maintain mental clarity in complex or stressful situations. Focus exercises benefit from variation. Engaging in multiple types of mental training, such as analytical reasoning, creative problem-solving, meditation, or sensory awareness, creates a flexible and adaptive mind. This variation prevents stagnation, challenges different cognitive pathways, and reinforces overall attentional capacity. Consistency builds automaticity. Daily practice integrates focus exercises into routine life, reducing the cognitive load required to initiate attention. With repetition, entering a state of deep concentration becomes habitual rather than effortful. The mind becomes conditioned to engage fully with tasks efficiently and effectively. Mindful interruptions are part of advanced training. When attention is diverted, consciously noting the distraction and returning to focus strengthens cognitive control. This process builds resilience against habitual fragmentation, allowing the individual to maintain clarity under pressure. Interruptions become opportunities for practice rather than obstacles. Goal-oriented focus strengthens motivation and application. Linking attention exercises to concrete objectives ensures relevance and reinforces persistence. Tasks aligned with personal growth, professional advancement, or skill development provide intrinsic motivation, making daily practice more sustainable and effective. Tracking improvement reinforces consistency. Recording duration of focus, types of exercises, and observed effects provides measurable feedback. Reviewing progress encourages continued practice, identifies areas needing adjustment, and validates the cumulative impact of daily effort. Documentation creates accountability and awareness of growth over time. Focus exercises also improve emotional regulation. Concentrated attention reduces impulsive reactions and fosters deliberate decision-making. The mind learns to pause, observe, and act intentionally. Emotional clarity improves alongside cognitive control, supporting resilience and strategic thinking in personal and professional contexts. Patience is essential in training the mind. Initial attempts may feel awkward or ineffective, and wandering attention is natural. Persistence for weeks and months strengthens neural pathways and reinforces the ability to maintain concentration even under distraction or stress. Growth is cumulative, and consistent effort compounds into substantial improvement. Ultimately, training the mind through daily focus exercises transforms the way an individual approaches life. Distraction becomes manageable, clarity becomes habitual, and decision-making becomes deliberate. Over time, sustained attention enhances learning, emotional regulation, creativity, and productivity. By committing to consistent practice, the mind develops stamina, precision, and resilience, creating a foundation for continuous personal growth, mastery, and meaningful achievement in all areas of life. Chapter 16: Setting Realistic Goals and Cultivating Patience for Steady Growth. Setting realistic goals is one of the most powerful tools for steady personal growth. Many people approach goal setting with ambition that is too broad, expectations that are unrealistic, or timelines that ignore their current capabilities. This often leads to frustration, burnout, and abandonment of the effort entirely. Realistic goals, in contrast, provide direction while remaining achievable. They create momentum, reinforce self-confidence, and build consistent progress. Personal growth does not happen through occasional bursts of effort, but through repeated, manageable steps applied over time. The first step in creating realistic goals is understanding current capacity. This involves an honest assessment of available time, energy, skills, and resources. Overestimating ability leads to failure, while underestimating creates stagnation. By identifying what is genuinely feasible, the individual creates goals that are challenging yet attainable. This balance encourages motivation rather than fear or avoidance. Clarity is critical when setting goals. A vague objective lacks the structure necessary for consistent action. Goals should be specific, measurable, and observable. Instead of saying, "I want to improve myself," a realistic goal might be to read one chapter of a personal development book daily, or to practice a specific skill for 30 minutes each morning. Clear goals prevent ambiguity, making progress easier to track and adjust. Breaking larger ambitions into smaller steps supports steady growth. Large objectives can feel overwhelming and trigger procrastination. Dividing them into incremental milestones allows the mind to focus on immediate action rather than distant outcomes. Each milestone reached reinforces capability and provides motivation to continue. The accumulation of these small wins results in significant transformation over time. Consistency is more important than intensity. A moderate daily effort is more effective than occasional extreme efforts. Growth is built gradually, and small repeated actions create long-lasting habits. Unrealistic intensity often leads to rapid burnout, whereas manageable effort sustains energy and builds confidence. The goal is to progress steadily rather than impress quickly. Timeframes should be flexible, yet committed. Goals must have deadlines to create structure, but rigidity can create unnecessary pressure. Life is unpredictable, and minor adjustments in timing do not signify failure. Accepting flexibility while maintaining commitment ensures that effort continues, even in the face of unexpected challenges. Tracking progress is essential. Without feedback, it is difficult to know whether goals are realistic or whether methods need adjustment. Tracking can be as simple as journaling completed tasks, marking milestones, or noting improvements. This process reinforces accountability and provides a visual record of growth, which further motivates consistent effort. Goals should align with personal values and priorities. Pursuing objectives that conflict with internal beliefs reduces motivation and may create resistance. When goals are meaningful, the individual engages more fully and consistently. Alignment ensures that effort contributes not just to achievement, but also to overall fulfillment and personal identity. Accountability enhances goal adherence. Sharing goals with oneself through written statements or with a trusted mentor or peer increases follow-through. External awareness adds gentle pressure that supports internal commitment without creating fear or shame. This accountability strengthens discipline while maintaining positive. Flexibility in approach is necessary for realistic goal achievement. Methods may need adjustment as circumstances change. Maintaining a rigid strategy while circumstances evolve often leads to frustration. Observing results and adapting tactics allows progress to continue uninterrupted. Goals remain intact even as strategies shift. emphasizing steady advancement rather than rigid perfection. Emotional response to progress should be balanced. Celebrating achievements reinforces motivation, but over-celebration can create complacency. Similarly, minor setbacks should not trigger harsh judgment, but rather careful review and adjustment. Balanced emotional engagement keeps focus steady and supports sustainable growth. Goals should also account for rest and recovery. Continuous effort without periods of pause undermines consistency. Incorporating rest into the plan prevents exhaustion and maintains cognitive and emotional clarity. Personal growth is not accelerated through constant action. It is reinforced through deliberate effort coupled with reflection and renewal. The process of setting realistic goals involves anticipation of potential obstacles. Identifying challenges in advance allows preparation of strategies for overcoming them. Whether these are time constraints, resource limitations, or internal resistance, planning for obstacles ensures that progress continues despite setbacks. Anticipation strengthens resilience and reinforces confidence in achieving objectives. Incremental goal setting reinforces self-efficacy. Each completed step demonstrates capability, reinforcing belief in the ability to handle progressively more complex or challenging objectives. Confidence grows in proportion to experience, and this internal belief drives further action. Realistic goals create a positive feedback loop where achievement fuels effort and effort fuels achievement. Reflection is a critical component of the process. Regularly reviewing completed steps and evaluating methods ensures that goals remain realistic and relevant. Reflection prevents stagnation and allows adjustment of effort, strategies, or milestones based on actual results. Honest review promotes learning and ensures that personal growth is continuous rather than sporadic. Realistic goals reduce mental overwhelm. When objectives are excessive or abstract, the mind struggles to prioritize and can become paralyzed by options. Clear, attainable goals provide focus. Energy is directed toward actionable steps rather than scattered worry or indecision. This clarity enhances mental stability and supports consistent performance. Goals also encourage intentionality rather than drifting through life, reacting to circumstances. Structured objectives guide actions toward desired outcomes. This intentionality builds discipline, reinforces habit formation, and nurtures a sense of control over personal development. The individual becomes a deliberate architect of growth, rather than a passive participant in life events. Progress should be measurable in both tangible and qualitative ways. Tangible markers such as completed tasks, acquired skills, or milestones reached provide concrete evidence of achievement. Qualitative markers such as increased confidence, emotional resilience, or clarity of thought complement this data. Combining both types ensures a comprehensive view of growth and reinforces motivation. Realistic goal setting is also preventative. When goals are structured and achievable, the mind avoids unnecessary stress and frustration caused by unattainable expectations. This reduces self-criticism, anxiety, and mental fatigue By anticipating capacity and designing manageable objectives, growth occurs without destabilization of emotional or mental equilibrium. The practice of setting realistic goals reinforces lifelong learning. Each objective, small or large, contributes to experience, skill development, and insight. Through consistent effort, the individual cultivates habits, resilience, and practical knowledge. Growth accumulates over time, creating a foundation for increasingly ambitious goals, higher self-awareness, and sustained personal transformation. Ultimately, setting realistic goals creates a framework for steady personal growth. Goals provide structure, direction, and motivation while remaining achievable and aligned with personal values. Repeated small steps build confidence, discipline, and resilience. Reflection and adaptation ensure that progress is continuous, sustainable, and meaningful. By committing to practical, attainable objectives and engaging in consistent action, the individual cultivates momentum, mastery, and lasting personal development that compounds over time into significant life improvement. Cultivating patience with yourself during slow progress is one of the most important skills for meaningful personal growth. Change rarely happens overnight, and the mind often expects rapid results, creating frustration and self-criticism when progress seems minimal. True transformation occurs incrementally, and the ability to remain patient allows consistent effort to accumulate into real, lasting results. Accepting slow progress is not a concession or excuse. It is an acknowledgement of natural development and the complexity of growth. The first step is recognizing the pace of progress objectively. Comparing oneself to others or expecting instant mastery distorts perception and undermines motivation. Each individual operates with unique circumstances, experiences, and capacities. By observing growth realistically, the mind learns to value incremental achievements instead of waiting for dramatic shifts. This perspective reinforces persistence and reduces unnecessary stress. Awareness of internal dialogue is critical. Negative self-talk often accelerates impatience, framing minor delays as failure or inadequacy. Recognizing when the mind imposes unrealistic expectations allows conscious correction. Replace self-criticism with supportive, constructive thoughts that reinforce effort rather than judge speed. Encouraging self-talk sustains motivation and creates a healthier internal environment for growth. Setting micro goals supports patience by breaking larger objectives into achievable steps. Focusing on small daily accomplishments provides tangible evidence of progress and reduces the perception of stagnation. Each completed step reinforces capability and reminds the mind that even slow, steady effort contributes to overall advancement. This approach transforms frustration into measurable achievement. Tracking progress subjectively provides perspective. Recording actions, reflections, or results allows visualization of growth over time. Often a perception of stagnation is misleading because cumulative changes are subtle and gradual. Reviewing documented progress demonstrates that effort produces results, even when they are not immediately visible. This awareness fosters patience and persistence. Daily routines reinforce incremental growth. Consistency establishes a rhythm that the mind and body recognize as habitual, reducing impatience. Repetition strengthens skills, reinforces habits, and allows subtle improvements to compound naturally. The structure of regular effort provides reassurance that the progress is underway, even if it feels slow. Mindfulness practices cultivate patience by keeping attention anchored in the present moment. When the mind focuses on the process rather than the outcome, anxiety about speed diminishes. Observing thoughts and feelings without judgment helps the individual accept the natural pace of development. Mindfulness creates awareness that growth is a journey, not a race. Celebrating small victories reinforces motivation. Even minor achievements deserve acknowledgement because they reflect consistent effort and incremental improvement. Recognizing these steps cultivates a sense of accomplishment, counteracting the tendency to focus only on ultimate outcomes. Daily acknowledgement of progress strengthens patience and reduces discouragement. Reframing setbacks as learning opportunities promotes patience. Slow progress is often accompanied by errors or temporary reversals. Viewing these as valuable feedback rather than failures allows the mind to maintain equilibrium and continue effort. Each setback provides insight into what works, what needs adjustment, and how to adapt, reinforcing resilience and sustained growth. Developing realistic expectations is essential. Understanding that complex skills, emotional development, or behavioral change cannot be rushed establishes a foundation for patience. Unrealistic timelines create unnecessary pressure, while informed expectations allow steady, sustainable effort. The mind becomes aligned with achievable progress rather than idealized speed. Visualization exercises reinforce patience. Imagining oneself navigating challenges calmly, persisting through obstacles, and steadily progressing creates mental conditioning that supports endurance. Visualizing incremental success reinforces belief in the process and reduces anxiety about temporary stagnation. The mind becomes oriented toward persistence rather than immediate results. Breathing and relaxation techniques support emotional regulation during slow progress. Frustration and impatience often manifest physically through tension, shallow breathing, or restlessness. Deliberate breathing, stretching, or brief meditation restores calm, allowing the individual to return to effort with clarity and focus. Physical regulation reinforces mental patience. Self-compassion strengthens persistence by reducing internal conflict. Recognizing that growth is inherently gradual and forgiving oneself for delays or mistakes nurtures motivation. Compassionate self-attitude supports the continuity of effort and prevents the erosion of confidence caused by impatience. Daily reinforcement of kindness toward oneself sustains long-term development. Accountability practices enhance consistent progress. Sharing goals, updates, or reflections with a trusted individual creates gentle pressure to persist despite slow movement. External support provides perspective, encouragement, and reinforcement that progress is occurring, even if imperceptible in the moment. Social reinforcement complements self-driven patience. Breaking monotony with variation prevents discouragement. Engaging in different exercises learning approaches, or reflection methods maintains interest and energy. While the pace may remain slow, diverse engagement sustains motivation and prevents the perception of stagnation, reinforcing commitment to ongoing growth. Perspective shifts reduce impatience by emphasizing cumulative results, understanding that small daily improvements compound into significant outcomes changes how progress is measured. Recognizing that growth is not linear, but cumulative, encourages consistent effort and reduces focus on temporary slowness. Routine reflection enhances awareness of subtle progress. Daily or weekly review of behaviors, skills, or emotional responses highlights improvement and may go unnoticed in real time. Reflection validates ongoing effort and demonstrates that small steps contribute meaningfully to long-term objectives, reinforcing patience. Focus on controllable factors maintains motivation. Instead of stressing over the speed of results, attention is directed toward consistent effort, deliberate action, and quality of engagement. This mindset empowers the individual and reduces frustration caused by external variables outside immediate control. Embracing uncertainty fosters endurance. Growth inherently involves unknown timelines and unpredictable outcomes. Accepting that progress cannot always be quantified immediately allows the mind to maintain balance and persistence. Patience merges naturally when uncertainty is reframed as part of the process rather than an obstacle. Long-term commitment solidifies the benefits of patience. Consistent action over months or years produces profound transformation that is not visible day to day. Trusting the process, honoring gradual advancement, and maintaining dedication allows slow progress to accumulate into meaningful achievement. Ultimately, cultivating patience with yourself during slow progress transforms how challenges are approached. The mind learns to value process over speed, effort over immediate result, and persistence over perfection. Patience allows the individual to remain committed, resilient, and motivated, turning incremental steps into lasting growth. Through consistent practice of reflection, self-compassion, mindfulness, and deliberate action, slow progress becomes a source of strength rather than frustration, creating a foundation for enduring personal development, mastery, and meaningful life achievement. Conclusion: the art of becoming your own healer, integrating and moving forward. In this final chapter, we bring together everything you have learned throughout the art of self-therapy. Your journey of self-healing and growth is not an end, but a continuous, ever-evolving process. You have gathered tools, insights, and practices that will continue to serve you as you step forward into a future of deeper emotional well-being and mental clarity. Self-awareness is the cornerstone of healing. Throughout this book, we have explored how becoming aware of your thoughts, feelings, and behaviors is the first step toward change. But awareness alone is not enough. It must be coupled with conscious action and a commitment to growth. Understanding your emotional patterns, triggers, and unconscious beliefs helps you break free from limiting behaviors. But it is the consistent practice of applying these insights that leads to lasting transformation. To heal yourself, you must become a witness to your own life. Observe your thoughts and feelings without judgment. This distance allows you to recognize unhealthy patterns, shift limiting beliefs, and take intentional actions that align with your authentic self. Throughout your journey, you have likely encountered moments of resistance, discomfort, and self-doubt. These are all normal parts of the healing process. What matters most is how you respond to these challenges. Self-compassion is the art of treating yourself with the same kindness, care, and understanding that you would extend to a friend. When you struggle, be gentle with yourself, rather than criticizing yourself for not being perfect. Embrace your imperfections as part of what makes you human. Healing is not a linear process, and setbacks are inevitable. But self-compassion helps you navigate these moments with grace, allowing you to bounce back stronger and more resilient than before. The techniques and practices we have covered, mindfulness, emotional awareness, forgiveness, self-reflection, treated tools for your ongoing self-therapy. They are not meant to be temporary fixes, but lifelong companions in your journey of self-healing. To truly integrate these practices into your life, consider the following. Consistency is key. Set aside time each day for self-reflection, journaling, mindfulness, or any practice that supports your mental and emotional well-being. Even 5 minutes a day can create profound changes over time. Create rituals. Healing becomes more powerful when you turn these practices into rituals. For example, you could begin each morning with a short meditation or spend 10 minutes in the evening reflecting on your day. Rituals anchor your healing process in your daily life, making it easier to stay consistent. Celebrate your progress. As you move forward, celebrate your wins, big and small. Every moment of growth, every insight, and every act of self-love is worth acknowledging. This positive reinforcement keeps you motivated on your journey. Stay open to learning. Healing is not something you complete. It is a continuous journey of learning, growing, and evolving. Be open to new experiences, insights, and practices that can support your growth. As you continue on your self-therapy journey, remember that one of the most powerful tools you have is your mindset. Your thoughts shape your reality. When you change your perspective, you change your life. Start by shifting your mindset toward growth and possibility. Instead of viewing challenges as obstacles, see them as opportunities for growth. Embrace change and uncertainty as necessary parts of your evolution. Self-therapy is about taking full ownership of your life. It is about recognizing that you are the author of your own story, and you have the power to rewrite it whenever necessary. Your past does not define you. Your current circumstances do not define you. You define yourself by the choices you make today. Taking ownership means not waiting for external circumstances to change before you can be happy or at peace. It means accepting responsibility for your own well-being and committing to take action every day to move closer to the person you want to be. Once you have gained a deeper understanding of yourself, it is time to step into your purpose. What is it that lights you up? What are you passionate about? What makes you feel alive? Living with purpose is the key to lasting happiness. When you align your actions with your values and passions, life becomes more meaningful and fulfilling. You stop living on autopilot and start living with intention. You may not have all the answers yet, and that is okay. Part of the beauty of self-therapy is the continual discovery of who you are and what brings you joy. The more you learn, the more you realize that your purpose is ever evolving. In our society, there is often pressure to be perfect, to have it all together, to never show vulnerability, and to always appear strong. But perfection is an illusion. True healing comes from embracing your imperfections and learning to live with them. Letting go of perfection means accepting that you are a work in progress. It is about giving yourself permission to be human and to make mistakes. In fact, it is often through our mistakes that we learn and grow the most. So, let go of the pressure to be perfect and embrace the journey of becoming your authentic self. One of the most powerful ways to continue your journey of self-therapy is to have a clear vision of your future self. What do you want your life to look like in 1 year, 5 years, or even 10 years? Take a moment to close your eyes and envision your ideal future. What do you see? How do you feel? What kind of person are you becoming? Write down your vision and refer to it regularly. This vision will serve as your guiding light, keeping you focused and motivated on your journey of healing and growth. As you close this audiobook, remember that self-therapy is not a destination. It is a continuous journey. You're always evolving, growing, and healing. By committing to this journey, you are taking control of your mental, emotional, and physical well-being. You have now been equipped with tools, insights, and practices to support your ongoing transformation. But the real power lies in your ability to apply them consistently, to trust yourself, and to take responsibility for your own healing. You have everything you need within you to live a life of peace, purpose, and fulfillment. The art of self-therapy is your personal masterpiece. Create it, nurture it, and share it with the world.